I woke up so early today. I went to bed. I went to bed at some time, I don't remember, but I remember waking up at 2 a.m. to pee. And then going back to bed, and then waking up at 8 a.m. and wanting to die. Oh god, 8 a.m. is too early for Foxus to be awake. And I had to deal with women as soon as I woke up. Imagine having to deal with women. Ayo Sabi, thank you for the raid on Kick. Thank you for the Kick raid. Welcome, raiders. Just in time for Dicks! Dicks for the warm blankets. Yay! Raise hell, praise Dale. Oh, wait, what? What does that mean? Truly horrifying. Imagine having to deal with women at 8 a.m. What the fuck? I'm loving this.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is a spicy cat
Thank you,
raid?
King of Pudding! That's a great name. Thank you, King of Pudding, for the 2,200 biddies. I love the dicks. Thank you. Thank you, King of Pudding. I wish I could eat you, and I hope you are butterscotchy. Thank you, Mr. King of Pudding Man. That's great. That's wonderful. Neven, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders on the Twitches. Welcome, Twitch raiders. Putty. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Chat, let me tell you my tales of women. So, I obviously stream on the weekends. You guys know from, like, ages, I try to schedule my appointments and anything I have to do in real life, midweek, when I have time to do these things. However, when I need other people's help with things, I have to wake up early on the weekends in order to do things then, because normal people don't have work on the weekends, and that's when they are available. Butterscotch, no, I love butterscotch. It's a great flavor. Target Women. God, I fucking loved that series. I wish there were more Target Women videos from back in the day available, but I digress. There was a piece of furniture. I'm gonna be vague about it, so... There was a piece of furniture I wanted. And it's not big furniture. Like, it's not super crazy big, and it's nothing, like, super crazy, but you do need a truck. It wouldn't fit in like a car. So, this piece of furniture, I've been watching and praying for price drops for a while. And the people selling this piece of furniture, basically made a hard cutoff. And they were like, hey, we're gonna drop this price to like $100 because we got to get rid, like, we're moving, we're leaving. It needs to get gone this weekend. And I was like, well, that's great for me because now it's cheap as fuck, but that's not great because the bunker bro with the truck, it's in the shop. So I was like, okay, can I still get the men with the muscles to help me carry this piece of furniture if I rent a truck? And they were like, yeah, sure, no problem, easy peasy. And I was like, okay, perfect. Let us go to the Home Depots and let us rent a truck. And me, in my wisdom, called ahead because I was like, you know what? I don't know how to tell what's gonna fit where. So I'm gonna have to call and I'm gonna ask and I'm gonna be like, hey, I have the dimensions for this item. Which truck do I need to rent from you guys? And so I called the closest Home Depot and they were like, oh, we don't actually have any available to rent. They're all rented out already. And I was like, oh. And he was like, okay, call this one. This is the next closest one. And I see that they have inventory. So just call them and you should be fine. And I was like, okay, thank you, guy. So I called the other Home Depot. And unfortunately for me, a woman answered the phone. And, you know, maybe don't hire people who are unable to make dimensions happen in their brain at a place where you might need to know how to do that. Like, I don't know. It just feels like maybe if you're gonna hire the womans, they could be like the cashiers, but don't let them work customer service at a Home Depot. So I called and I was like, hey, I'm looking to rent a truck. I don't know what size I need. That's why I'm calling ahead. so you can tell me, you know, what kind of truck I'll need to rent. And she was like, yeah, we have trucks and a couple of vans. And I was like, okay, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. But like, I can't really visualize, you know, how big of a truck I'll need because I don't, like, I have the dimensions of the item. Can I tell you the dimensions? And then you can tell me which truck I should rent. And she was like, okay, visualize a pickup truck, but slightly bigger. And I was like, but pickup trucks are all different sizes. What do you mean by this? Like, I can craft a pickup truck in my brain, but that's not gonna help me figure out if the item in real life will fit inside the pickup truck. And she was like, well, do you know what the item is? And I was like, it's a hall tree. Whatever, it doesn't matter if I said the item. Who cares? I'm trying, you know, whatever. It doesn't matter. And so she was like, I don't know what that is. And I was like, okay, is there someone else I can ask this question to? Can I ask the dimension question to like anyone else who works there? And she was like, well, if you're trying to move, you might need a larger truck. Like maybe you call like U-Haul or Penske or whatever. And I was like, no, I don't think I need like a moving truck. I'm just moving one object. Like I just need a truck for one object. I just want to know like if that object will fit in any of the trucks that you guys have available. Cause like, I don't want to make a trip out to the Home Depot and like go there for no reason. Like if it won't fit. And she was like, okay, well we have trucks. And I was like, yeah, I know you have trucks. That's why I'm calling. I'm calling to rent a truck. I don't know what size truck, because you guys have like the 8-inch, or not 8-inch, fuck, I'm woman. You have like the 8-foot truck beds. You have like 12-foot truck beds. You have like this other truck bed. I can't remember the size. Like you have multiple kinds of trucks. And I don't know which one. I don't know which one that the item will fit in. And she was like, well, I don't know what the item is. And I was like, you don't need to know what it is. Like I have the dimensions. Is there someone else I can ask this question to, who like I could tell the dimensions to, and they could tell me which truck I need to rent? And she was like, well, maybe if you tell me what the item is, I can tell you. And I was like, I already said it's a hall tree. And she's like, yeah, I don't know what that is. And I was like, it's like a big wooden ornate hat rack. Like what do you want from me? And she's like, yeah, I don't think that'll fit in any of our trucks. And I was like, but I haven't even given you the dimensions yet. And she's like, okay, how big is it? And I tell her the dimensions. And I give her like the tallness and then the width. And she's like, okay, I'm gonna go outside to the trucks with a measuring tape and I'll let you know. And I was like, what the fuck? What? So I'm on hold and I'm just confused out of my mind, wishing that a man had answered the phone so the phone call could have gone like, hello, sir, I'm trying to transport this furniture item. Here are the dimensions. Which truck should I rent? And he would go, oh, okay, you need to rent this truck. When do you need it by? And then everything would have been great. It would have been fucking wonderful. So she comes back and she says 74 inches. And I'm like, 74 inches what? It's like, what the fuck does that tell me? So she says wide. And I was like, okay, 74 inches wide. Okay, how long? And she says 8 feet. And I was like, okay, how many inches is 8 feet? Because I only have the dimensions of the item in inches. And she's like, I don't know. And I'm like, I also don't know. So I pull out my calculator, even though I don't work there. And it's like, it's 96 inches. And I'm like, okay. So the truck is 96 by 74. My item should fit. My item should fit in the truck. It sounds like it'll fit. And she's like, well, you can't stand it up in the truck, so how tall it is doesn't matter. And I was like, what? Why would I stand it up in the truck? I'm gonna lay it flat. What do you mean? And she goes, yeah. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, are you sure those are the right dimensions for the truck? Because, like, I don't want to make a trip there for no reason and find out that my item won't fit in the truck. And I don't feel very confident by this conversation we're having is there anyone else I can ask a dimension question to? Is there anyone I can ask this? And she finally says, hold on, let me get someone. And I'm like, oh, thank Christ. Surely there is a man at this Home Depot I can ask this question to. Unfortunately, when I get off of hold, I'm greeted by another woman's voice. I explain the whole situation. I give the dimensions of the item. And she says she's not sure if it'll fit. And if it does, it'll probably be tight. And I'll have to leave, like, the tailgate down in order to transport it. And I'm like, oh, well, is that the only truck size you have? And she's like, yeah, and it's not going to fit in our vans at all. It's too big for the vans. And I was like, okay, thank you. And I hung up because I was just, like, at my wit's end. I was like, what? And so I asked one of the bunker bros. I was like, look, man, I just had to suffer through a phone call with a woman at the Home Depot. Here are the dimensions of the item. Here are the dimensions of the truck. Is it gonna fit? And he's like, yeah, there's almost fucking 20 inches left. Why wouldn't it fit? What do you mean? And I was like, oh, okay, thank you. Like, fuck. It was just that easy. Why couldn't I have talked to a man to begin with? Should have asked him from the I should have just had him make the phone call, right? Should have just been like, look, you guys deal with this, all right? Okay, like, this is why men invented Tetris. Holy shit. Did they get the one numbskull in the whole store to man the phones? When I went in to actually rent the truck, unfortunately, every single person manning customer service was a woman. And this is why we should exile women from the workplace. Women should not be allowed to work. Amen. This is why you use women as cooking machines. Oh my god. Yeah, literal horror stories. I walked into the Home Depot because I needed to do some home renovations. And when I walked in, I noticed all of the employees were women. Wamuxin diversity hires are important to have. Justice for Wamuxin diversity hires. Kirsche saying that the dishwashers in Home Depot are terribly unreliable. Holy shit. Oh, you walked into the Home Depot looking for himbos, but all I found were women. How many were lesbian? None of them looked like lesbians, but I guess they could have been the, like, really effeminate princess lesbians. I don't know, man. If they were lesbians, I feel like they would have known what they were talking about, right? Like, if one of them looked like a butch lesbian, I'd be like, I can trust you. All right, I know I can go to you for help. Why is the dishwasher answering the phone? Battleizer, thank you for those 5 gift blankets on Kick. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. How to waste your time. Employee of the month right there. I was just, like, blown away. Because it's like, if you're gonna work at the Home Depot, shouldn't you know, like, how dimensions work? Like, if I call you and I give you the dimensions of an item, you should know if it'll fit your trucks. Like, I don't think that's asking for too much. I don't know, man. And Jesus fucking Christ, how do you find these people? I miss the East Coast so fucking much. You have no idea, brother. You think you would trust a woman's opinion on a dishwasher or a stove? I should have sicked the yabbit on him. Oh my god. Dimensions are sexist. Oh god. You ask too much of women. At least I know I'm bad at them, right? Like, you like Kirsche's horror story voice? I should tell more. Why don't you know how dimensions work? Small numby fits in big numby? I don't know. Because I'm a woman, but I'm also not working at the Home Depot, because I know I wouldn't do a good job. I feel so sorry for you. Thank you. Euthanasia, thank you. Cue the Twilight Zone music and panic. True and fucking real. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Every time you've been to Lowe's recently, you swear all but 2% of the employees are hiding in the back. Oh my god. Self-awareness is key. It really is. Psycho, thank you. Repeal the 19th. It was funny, but let's realize it was a funny joke for a while, but I think it's time. Let's go back to rationality. You live down south and the Home Depot does not rent trucks because everyone either owns a truck already or has 10 friends that do. Well, trucks are very useful, you know? The only negative of deportations, women replace the hard workers at the Home Depot. How big is the truck bed in teaspoons? Jesus Christ. It's Bunkerland in Oz. A lot of weird stuff seems to happen there. Yeah, you know, my life is a literal fucking comedy TV show and I hate it. If the truck was trying to commit insurance fraud, Kirsche would have been all over it. Oh my god. What the fuck? It's not that you can't do math. A woman debuff is not thinking when you encounter something that scares you. Random segue. You've heard that Pippa's distancing herself from me. Is this true? You can't imagine the rabbit ending her friendship with the Foxu? I think you've been reading too many schizophrenic ramblings carved into bathroom stalls, brother. I think you need to take a break from the internet. Absolutely not, dude. You have a scientific impulse to know if homosexual men would be able to perceive the truck bed. If lesbians can, does that mean thirst for pussy gives you special awareness of it is something else you must know? See, it would be the same thing, right? Like regular heterosexual women and princess lesbians are unable to perceive the truck bed. So by that same logic, the effeminate gay men would also not be able to perceive the truck bed. You'd have to go to like the bears or the burly lumberjack gays, right? They would still know how to work it. It's an innate understanding. You get your news from the engravings on a park bench. Sounds like that guy does too, honestly. Pippa's had enough of her ears being eaten by the Foxu. I must harvest the ears all year round, brother. Old dude fell for Twitter freak schizo posts. Yeah. Dude's falling for, like, some fucking far leftist masturbatorial fantasies. Like, yes, she's going to leave one of her oldest, bestest friends for some internet schizos. Don't worry about it. Guy is a schizo rat believer, but he meant what Pippa said about collabs, but they are stretching it. I mean, if she wants to collab more with people in her company, that makes sense. I mean, I haven't been able to do collabs most of this year anyway. It's not that big of a deal. You don't have to collab with people to be friends with them. Tectone talked about that shit too. I feel like you would know who would spread that misinfo. Probably a certain moderator of a certain kind. Hey, Leaf, thank you for the Canadians. Foxu, your hull tree from the 1870s is 89 inches. Next time, just ask for a man to deal with this. Ask men for dimensional questions. Well, I didn't know what the dimensions of the Home Depot trucks were. Like, on the website, it just says, like, the like, length size, like, 8 feet. And I'm like, okay, that might fit. I don't know, but like, how wide is it, you know? So that's why I was calling. And I assumed...
a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
I assumed, apparently erroneously, that men worked at the Home Depot, and thus I could just ask an easy question for a man. Brave SJ, thank you. Kirsche just talked the other day about a conversation with her friend who lives in a trailer park and wants a harem of beautiful, chaste women to work as maids, cooking, and cleaning. Obviously, she's still talking to Pippa. True, Pippa wants the boat women. Why not just put the question to your Discord? OPSEC. Only your news from the crazy dude who writes stuff on the traffic signs in your town. Apparently, he gets his news straight from your reptilian overlords. Don't do that. Thank you, Sudafed. The advice should always end with, ask men! And people think women know what 6 inches look like. They don't. You can tell them that you're 6 inches, even if you're not, and they'll probably believe you. Unless she's, like, an engineer, I guess.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
This was literally your chance to go to the Home Depot with a legitimate need and ask any random single-looking himbo for help. I had to get back home in time for stream! And I barely made it! It was past 2:30 when I finally got back home! I would not have had time to wander around the Home Depot asking, can I ask you a dimensions question? No, this isn't a penis joke. I have a legitimate need, and that's also not a penis joke. John in English, thank you. Holy woman moment, Batman. It was pretty fucking bad. I was like, what a fucking way to wake up, bro. Imagine waking up and immediately having to talk to a woman. Haven't even had coffee yet. Fuck. We would have understood you being late if you were meeting a himbo to date. You got shared an Imgur all about the stuff I apparently have done that's so bad, and you have to say you're really disappointed. I have an Imgur now? What's the Imgur of all the stuff I've done bad? I know the Reddit thread, but what's the Imgur, brother? NP Poulter, thank you for the 5-month resub. Quit smoking around the time you started watching me. My streams and VODs helped you a lot. I'm way more entertaining than nicotine addiction. Why you? Hell yeah, brother. Congrats on quitting smoking. I'm glad my dad did too. Kirsche missed her chance to meet the himbo of her dreams at the Home Depot. Shut up! Shut up! You can link it even if a mod doesn't give you permissions, because I still see it. I still see it even if they don't. Plus, I mean, what if there's like some weird shit in there, right? You're too passive. I should have straight up asked, can I speak to a man? Look, I'm a woman. I was built to be passive. Let's see. Let me open this link. What is in this Imgur? Is this going to be just like a double tap of what's in the Reddit thread? Let's fucking see. Oh boy. All right. Okay, we already know what direction this is going in. Where's my browser? I was in the middle of like scrolling up for thank yous here. Hold on. Jarvix McJarvey, thank you. Either rent it from the Home Depot, use the rent app you can get from strangers. I'm sorry, the what? Or find a friend with straps, modern trucks or SUVs for dudes. If I had a friend with straps, they'd probably not be a friend anymore, let's be real. They'd probably be my himbo. Board DevOps, thank you. Will my wood fit in your hole? Just ask it in the right context. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. The Imgur compilation is just a backup archive of the Reddit thread. It's included at the end of the... Oh, Jesus Christ, these fucking people. Matt Larson, thank you. I found all of the NPCs today. At least they were all in one place, so hopefully that made someone else's day easier. Alright, you know? Always carry straps in your truck. Not those kinds of straps, the useful kind. What do you mean? Those are the useful kind. I'm scrolling in the YouTube chat. Ein Moment. Moose Nugget, thank you. After your New England eggnog conversation last night, you had an idea for a survival horror movie game. Bunker Bros spend the night avoiding you after you have one glass. They all have like shotguns and doors. I don't think I would last very long. Imgur's really good coverage for Twitch people these days. VTubers especially are able to archive their highlights and memes on there. It's magic. I stopped using Imgur because I used to use it to give artists like a lot of reference images at once, but they 404 after like a couple of days now. They're not infinite, so I stopped using Imgur. Psycho, thank you. You bought 5 Qurans to see how many it takes to cook a pork chop. This is important math. We'll post video. Jesus Christ. Payonen TV, thank you. Bro reminds you of that video of the lady crashing out because the circle went in the square hole. Should watch that because it's how Kirsche felt. There's no fucking way. What do you mean? Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Would the contractor desk at the Home Depot have men behind the counter? I certainly hope so. Does strap mean something different from a rope-like substance for tying down furniture? Yeah, a rope-like substance to tie down a woman. No, Kirsche had a problem with doors. Is that an extension of your hallway problem? I mean, as a woman, I don't think I could knock down a locked door, brother. Anthony, thank you for the 5. Kira, we would forgive you for being late if you were himbo hunting. It's himbo hunting season. If only I had snow, that would make it so much better. Patchouli, thank you. Good morning, Foxy in chat. You finally unlocked the achievement of being called a 30s German for wearing part of the 90s German uniform in public. Why are people so dumb? What the fuck? Diego Free Spirit, thank you. You saw a YouTube short, not by choice, with a woman saying that a man was shorter than her while looking up at them. Are you telling me that was real? Yeah, you know, I would believe that wasn't done for content at this point. Lambie Chop, thank you. Proof that forcing women out of the home is abuse. True. True. It is an abuse of my human rights to force me to leave my house as a woman. Ehef, thank you. Ew, talking to girls is much better to watch them from trees. Jesus. Ty Jack, thank you for the 29-month member. Thank you. You wouldn't be able to last very long either. Okay, I leave now. Jesus. All right, what is what is it? Compilation of Kirsche's bigotry. All right. They left their profile picture in? What a smart fucking guy. Once it's realized that most trans activists, where they remove most trans activists and say, I think this about all trans people because they're fucking retarded and can't actually read context. Every trans kid is a victim of a parent with a mental illness. 10 years ago, I would have thought it impossible to see large creators pointing out the emperor has no clothes. That's just true. There's Bint posting the thing where I'm literally talking about what Keir Starmer said several months prior to this clip. Thanks again. There's a beautiful house I was considering in Worcester. What is happening in that city, man? How is this bigotry? This isn't a trans person. This is a fucking clown. What is wrong with you? Oh. Tie Jack. Literally, I love how the name says Eternal Heel Arc, because literally the Eternal Tie Jack. For any retards who exist out there, here's the clip. Here's the clip for the retards. The Ku Klux Kirsche name was made by people harassing me and trying to harm me financially. This was us making fun of them because no one has ever sincerely called me that unless they hate me. You fucking mongoloid. Defended me on Reddit once like 4 months ago and you still get notifications of a retard going off on it at least once a week. Holy shit. How all Kirsches should be treated. I feel like everyone who's bought my plush has had to have strangled it at this point, right? Like, you can't own this and not strangle it. The Killer Keemcock. How can you read Killer Keemstar Cock and still take this post fucking seriously? Come the fuck on. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. It's himbo season every season for the Foxu. Toe straps, lifting straps, tie-down straps, bondage straps. All checks out for the Foxu. I got some fucking coffee, man. Kirsche very openly skirting hate speech rules on these platforms. Don't think she was just brazen about saying these things about trans people as a whole before Trump got into office. Well, first of all, that's where you're fucking wrong. My opinions haven't changed in very long time. And also, I'm literally reading from a website that has all of these explanations here. Like, what? The who wore it better? I am probably one of the smallest people who made this joke. And I have literally shown proof on stream I was talking about their facial expressions. That is the joke is their faces, man. They're making crazy fucking faces. These people are insane. In a time where lawlessness is permissible, sometimes reasonable men must do unreasonable things. This was a protest where this guy, who is doing something unreasonable, maybe they need to look up the definition of unreasonable. Maybe they need to know what the definition of unreasonable is in order to understand this tweet. But there have been protesters here causing like billions of damages, like billions of dollars in damages or like holdups or some shit. I can't remember the exact situation, but there have been protesters holding up traffic and stopping people from going to work for fucking ages. And I guess this guy got fed up. It was in like Panama or some shit. And he did something unreasonable. If you don't know the definition of unreasonable, that's not my problem. They were holding up traffic for hours. Yeah, it was climate activists blocking the street. They're like, I was literally reading an article about these protesters and how much monetary damages they had caused, not necessarily by destroying shit, but by people not being able to get to work and harming the economy. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Responded to the initial question as if he were responding to me in good faith, but if you're willing, or you're going to be a willful retard, you'll be treated like one. Watch streams. I've literally been showing this for over a year. Don't have time for that. Golly. Jess, the person I'm responding to here, Jess is actually a stream viewer. And I'm pretty sure I apologized for this, because I'm pretty sure there was a misunderstanding with whatever we were talking about. So I have no idea why this is even included. I guess since retard is bolder, they just searched my tweets for retard and are upset that I said retard. Damn, that's crazy. I'm gonna call you a retard if you're a functioning human being and you're an idiot. I'm not gonna call someone with an actual handicap a retard, because that's mean. Sounds about right. They really did that? What a retard. That's pretty retarded. V, don't tell me you're a retard too. Yeah, V was being retarded there. Doesn't surprise me. During the Sarue drama, there were people saying Sarue probably doesn't care if she uses an ableist slur because she's French. Like, yeah, okay, good guy. Saying retard bad, but racism is all right against someone you don't like. And I wish I had archived that fucking post. They deleted it so fucking fast. But yeah, there was someone who literally said that while they were being mad at Sarue for whatever the fuck happened years ago. They were just like, oh, she probably doesn't care if she uses an ableist slur, she's French. It's like, why are you being racist while trying to call someone ableist, you absolute fucking retard? Reminds you of special ed. You got put there because you were smart, sadly. So you got to be treated like a tard. What the heck? Take your meds, schizo retard. True. That person needed to. How is this offensive? If you've noticed the world of Inzoi is eerily heterosexual, don't fret. My response was literally, I'm tired of clown world. How the fuck is something eerily heterosexual? Should I start calling things eerily homosexual? Would that be better? Can I do that? Is this a skit from New Zealand's version of The Office? Again, how is this bigotry? The hawk is pretty cool when it's used in the right place, but it doesn't belong in an office setting. It looks kind of fucking cringe, man. I don't know what to tell you. Just having a lovely jaunt down memory lane. The degree with which we have to censor and walk on eggshells lest the language and content someone else used be attributed entirely to us for engaging in a quote retweet or retweet has gotten insane. This is a way to control how we think under threat of reputational damage. It is. This is literally Mr. Beast and fiance quote tweeted the N-word. It's not clear if they were hacked. Who the fuck cares? Who the fuck cares? I had someone lie about me to a friend recently saying that people say the N-word in my Discord all the time and that it's probably not safe for her to be in my Discord. And I was like, I've had a bot in my Discord for like 5 or 6 years that not only auto mods the N-word, but like 50 or 60 different variants of the N-word. And you can ask some schizophrenics who have been banned from my Discord that we ban people for circumventing that and trying to type the N-word. It was millions in lost revenue, not billions. My bad. The Panama people caused millions in lost revenue, not billions. Sorry about that. I used the wrong form of monetary. Thank you, Ziz, for the correction. But it's like, we don't allow that in there. And I was like, first of all, that's not in my Discord. Second of all, you retweet the N-word all the fucking time. How is you being in my Discord where no N-words are allowed more dangerous than you literally retweeting the N-word on your main account? Like, come on, man. Come the fuck on. So, like, it's not even the hard R and they're losing their shit. Also, it's obvious it's being used in the slang version instead of race. I've unironically had to question sometimes, can I retweet this because it has an N-word in it? And I'm sure even if the poster is allowed to say the word, I might get attacked for retweeting it and that could cause my sponsors headaches. How is me having a rational, normal human take put in a compilation of why I'm a bigot? Do these people, like, even think before they post things, man? Leftists lie and don't care when you try to appease them. News at 11! That's why it's like, whenever you correct these people, they're never gonna stop lying. It's for the sake of, like, everyone else who's normal and can actually use their brains. The poster's retarded. When I lived in Massachusetts, Lawrence was basically a no-go zone full of illegal activity. I had seen a lot of people get shot already, but Lawrence was where I witnessed first death from a shooting. If ICE sweeps here, it'll become a ghost town and maybe can be rebuilt. Again, how am I a bigot? I literally fucking lived there. I have had personal experience. I know what goes on in this town. I was told not to go there and I didn't listen to my father, and that's why I witnessed shit things no child should see. You're fucking tweeting about me being a bigot from the comfort of your own home when I had literally seen people get shot for being in the wrong town because of their skin color. What the fuck, brother? Something insects and stimuli. Your lived experience is racist. And it's like, it's crazy that you're going to defend literal, unironic criminal gang members. Oh, this fox wants gang members who are here illegally deported. What a terrible person. Come the fuck on. Didn't know Kirsche witnessed a murder? Yes! Yes, I have! Oh my god. Jarvis McJarvie, thank you. Alright, gotta head out and be a good single uncle. Chicken to finish, and nephews are arriving soon. So you can have a foxy lady saying the R word aloud to 6 and 3-year-olds. Yeah, don't let them hear me say that. Be a good uncle. Have a good day with your nephews, my guy. You got a gift you're working on for me soon? Gift, dude. Thank you. I'm surprised Kier never witnessed a murder when living with her mom. My mom was careful enough to not actually murder the people whose faces she smashed so hard their teeth popped out. And she was very good at inflicting damage without inflicting death. Euthanasia, thank you. Manya, please. She also committed a murder. Rip credit card penis man. Shut up. You want more gangs deported? We gotta pump those numbers up. Yeah, I want more gangs deported. Literally anyone who has had to go to like Lawrence, Massachusetts between probably the mid-90s to current day will just echo the same exact shit that I've said. Like, there's no way anyone who knows anything about Lawrence will say differently. My mom was a professional thug, get it right. You got your car stolen? Send those fuckers to Guantanamo Bay. Oh my god, can confirm it's only gotten worse in the last 15 years. Yeah. Lawrence is still terrifying. It's so fucking bad there. It's a literal gang town. And these people are calling me a bigot for knowing that there's a gang town. They're actually fucking crazy. I bet they'd be like, oh, she's only calling it a gang town because she's racist against the Hispanics. And it's like, no, brother. What the fuck do you mean? There's a difference between just a regular fucking Hispanic guy and a guy in a gang. Why are you conflating them? Get so angry. You're glad you live in the farmland. Every time you say Lawrence, you think of Lawrence, Kansas. I mean, I'm sure every state has like a couple of Lawrences, you know? It's run by a Democrat mayor, right? Fucking probably. I don't know. I haven't been to Lawrence in a while because I haven't lived there in a while. 99% of the mods are Hispanic. Maybe I'm participating in Hispanic gang warfare since most of my mods are Hispanic. I don't know, brother. Bet one day someone's gonna try and carjack a donut truck. Phoenix DS, thank you. Foxy making leftist heads explode with scary music. Logic. True. A Glenn, thank you. You get called sexist and ageist for referring to an unmarried woman over 40 as an old maid. I love when I blow people's minds by like, hey, if you work customer service, call women miss instead of ma'am. Common misconception. Don't call them ma'am. That's not actually being polite. They're going to think they look old. Call them miss, and you just made their fucking day. Maybe if you're in a tipping industry, you'll get a higher tip. You hate gangs, so you hate Hispanics. Non-racist. Oh my god. Miss implies young. Do not surrender your rights to anyone, police included. They are in fact the racist because you never said anything about race, and they're the ones who hear gang violence and instantly think dark skin. I mean, that's what happened when I talked about calling ICE. And they were just like, oh, so you ordered Mexican food and got angry when your delivery drivers didn't speak English? And it's like, where did I fucking say I ordered I ordered chicken fucking tendies, brother. Like, why did you automatically assume that I ordered Mexican food? What the fuck? If the woman is there with her husband, you'll say ma'am, especially if she's older than you are. Still say miss. They typically feel flattered. Your grandma slapped ma'am into your head when you were young. You've called teens working at McDonald's ma'am. I'd be so mad. I'd go home like, I'm so fucking ugly. This guy called me ma'am. Dare them to go there. They either die by the gangs or have to show they're hypocrites. Battleizer, thank you. What's up, my munyas? Thank you. Mexican chicken tendies. You're always going to be annoyed when someone you interact with in a service context doesn't speak English. I get Rugamesh, thank you. Sorry, but the only slurs in Discord we use is munya. Slur for love, brother. Miss was the catch-all for older ladies when you were a brat. Oh my god. The ma'am loop really demonstrates how New England and the South are total opposites. I don't know about that, because like when you call people miss in the South, they also get flattered. Which is worse, ma'am or madame? Madame, I'd probably be like, why you think I run a whorehouse? Phoenix DS, thank you. Killdozer is that very definition of reasonable men doing unreasonable things. It's just so tiresome how much of like what these people complain about is them purposefully misconstruing or misunderstanding things. Like, it's not like you can't even just call them a retard. Like, they're doing it on purpose because they just want to make you an acceptable target for violence and depersoning. You got an old woman correct you to call her ma'am in such a venomous way. She got her food last. Old skank. What the fuck? It's ma'am immediately went through your head. Yes, sir. Anthony, thank you. That Chad did what we all want to do. Oh my god. Euthanasia, thank you. Gorillion damages, true. Gorillion. Battleizer, thank you. Foxy, we either expect either arguments to be taken in good faith and not as a new form of Trump derangement syndrome, a la Kirsche derangement syndrome, if you will. It's just so tiresome. Like, it's just so tiresome having to, like, defend myself against the retarded straw men that these people build in their heads. Seeing people smear me makes you sick. Me and my team have been nothing but sweet to talk to. Please be safe. Sometimes I feel fucking bad. Like Night of Nights, he's been trying so hard to get, you know, some Gamersup cups to Craig and Blabs. And it's been such a fucking headache. And I'm like, I feel so bad for this guy. He's being so sweet and he's trying so hard. And it just roadblocks every single time. And it makes me feel fucking horrible, dude. It's all deliberate tactics so they get to abuse you. If you had to pick one thing that chafes your nuts the worst about commies, it's the way they pretend to not understand. Yeah, absolutely. Roadkill VT, thank you. Me, hey, those criminals are organizing by color. That's bad because crime and racism. Them, why are you talking about color? Are you racist? Oh my god. Danny D, thank you. It's even funnier when you realize the left thinks all brown south of the USA are a united culture when we can't stand each other. I mean, like, if they had talked about how racist my mods were previously, I would have been like, yeah, they're all from South America. Have you seen how those countries treat each other, man? That's like ranked competitive racism, dude. Like, you and I can't compete, even though you're a communist. You'll supply a cup. Yours is sitting on the shelf because you don't want to get it dirty or ruin the design. Aw. You gotta get that filmy stuff. The stuff that I forgot what it's called that protects the design. My mods remember what it is. The latter PvP racism. Eskil, thank you for the Canucks. The Monia. Yeah. When you try to tell these people, watch the full context, they typically reply, I don't got time for that. Yeah. Or they'll say like, what do you mean? The full context was already posted. It's literally what she said. And then it's literally not what I said because they've taken it out of context because they're malicious freaks. Patchouli, thank you. Lawrence is a hard no-go for you, and you speak the language. Anyone who says it's safe has never been there or is a moron, yeah? Yeah, it was me. I was the moron. Because when my dad was like, you can, like, when you're with your mother, you know, I know she lets you go a lot of places, but please don't go to Lawrence and don't go to the Avs in Haverhill. And I was like, why those two places specifically? And he was like, well, it's really dangerous for someone like you to be there. And as a kid, I assumed he meant because I'm a kid. But it turns out he meant more because I'm both a woman and white. So I learned that the hard way. But I got to see a lot of drug and prostitute busts in the Avs. You know, my retardation led me to see things that I should never have seen. I got the murder in Lawrence, and I got trapped in the house because of that. Trapped because the police had cordoned off everything and weren't letting anyone leave. Then the Avs, I'd seen a lot of drug and prostitute busts, man. That fucking, it's crazy. How did my dad react to me going to Lawrence and seeing a murder? He still, to this day, does not know that I was there for that. And Lord willing, he will never know. You saying white people get targeted there? They used to when I lived in that area, so. And a couple of people in chat said it's only gotten worse since I moved away. What a way to get to know. Does he watch streams? On occasion. But I know he's not watching today, so. You fool, now all of China knows you were there. But they don't know when, and they don't know who, so they can't pin it on me. Here, Dad, how long have you been watching the stream today? I just need the, it do be like that, Miss Verstal. I mean, Kirdad doesn't watch you. He's typically very busy. I mean, he's watched on occasion. My grandparents keep my stream open, but muted. Because they're just like, oh, we like supporting you, but you know, Kirsche, you know, sometimes the things that you say, you know, the language that you use, that's, oh, my heart can't take it, you know? It do be like that, Miss Verstal. Yeah, I try my best to not swear around my Meme and Pepe. You know, I gotta put on my best pretty princess manners. Based grandparents. Yeah, I don't swear in front of my Meme and Pepe as much as my brain can remember to. You literally just said retard though. First of all, retard. Retard is not bad language. Second of all, they don't care about retard because it's just normal language. Third of all, I also said they watch the stream muted. I try not to say like, you know, fuck, shit, bitch, cunt, stuff like that. I try not to say that in front of them. Do my grandparents watch me on Kick? I don't know if they know what Kick is. They watch me on Twitch, or at least they have been. That'd be awkward for them to hear me talk about giving gawk on the stream. What the fuck? Ollie Wally, thank you. Happy Sunday from the fiance and you. Happy Sunday, Ollie Wally and Mrs. Ollie Wally. Said some pretty heinous things on stream. Thank God they watch muted. That's what I say. Monia. Rip YouTube VoD. She said cunt. Well, we'll see if they still demonetize me. You know, we're almost... How are we almost an hour in already? XX_bussybreaker_XX. Thank you. That's it. I'm telling Kier Dad, you're so grounded. I'd like to see him try. I'd like to see my dad call me and be like, I know you're across the country, but you're grounded, Missy. What other ones do you try not to say? Words that I also cannot say on Twitch. VSK, thank you. You're 27-year-old and you're just now learning that ma'am is not appropriate for every woman. You will now go through all previous uses of that before you fall asleep tonight. I'm so sorry. Ed Skill, thank you for the Canucks. Does your dad watch your streams? On occasion. I imagine he probably also watches me muted when he does, much like my grandparents, though. You laugh, but your daughter calls your mom and tattles on you to try to get her to ground me. That's funny. My yapping kills an hour real quick. Not really a shocker. It's a shocker to me! How do you ground someone who doesn't like leaving the house? You know, true. You grounded no leaving the bunker for a week. Kier would consider this a blessing. Vinyl! Thank you, Ziz! Yeah. It's vinyl. If you want to protect the design on your waifu cup from GamerSups, use code Kirsche for 10% off your GamerSups orders. Nice segue. But if you want to protect the design on your cups from wearing off when you wash it, put a clear vinyl over it. Ziz had the link in chat to the clear vinyl that I've bought to put over my cups as a protective layer. So I got that hot tip from Tamarin. Tamarin's been in our community for like a fucking bajillion years, dude. So thanks to him, I now have this knowledge to give to you. Monya. Shocked more than Kaya. Payon and TV, thank you. You're from the South and ex-vet. Everyone is sir/ma'am. I would be offended with the ma'am, bro. Jerry Morales, thank you. Kirsche, you're Latino and based, and for the love of God, don't feel guilt. These white libs feel calling out the truth is a bad thing. Cheers. Yeah, calling out the truth is never a bad thing, but they can't handle the truth because they're retarded.
Saw the funniest thing yesterday. Protesters with printed cloth banners with anti-messages on a pedestrian overpass. They got no honks because they also had USA flags. Took me a while to realize it was because of the mixed messaging in California.
What the heck? That's so weird. That's so weird. Punished Fink, thank you. They're just like, we can't honk for the American flag. That would be racist. Why did the TTS completely skip the word ice? The TTS completely skips a word every so often, and that's when I have to look at it because my brain's like, what the fuck did you just try saying? The anti-ice messaging. Yeah. You didn't think telling Kirsche you're Latino counts as a mod team application? I mean, at this point, apparently it does. Deport white lib women. Save big booty Latinas. Man, there's this... Here's Kirsche directly admitting she didn't want to condemn a Nazi. That's not what happened! I didn't want to unretweet it because I said it wouldn't fucking matter, and even if I unretweeted it, people would still continue to call me a Nazi. And guess what fucking happened?! Wow! It's like I'm Nostradamus! What's wrong with this? What's wrong with this image? Am I just too retarded? Playing with the black pussy? There's a black pussy on screen. Are they just, what? What's wrong with this? Having and reading the enemy's text doesn't make you one of them unless your brain is pudding. I didn't notice that there was a fucking Nazi book in the image next to my plush. Cause I don't fucking read Nazi books, brother! How am I supposed to recognize that? Oh, there's a swastika on it, Kirsche. Yeah, it's like 2 pixels fucking wide! I sent that image to my manager and even he was like, yeah, I didn't see it until you told me what I was supposed to be looking for. Holy shit. Slaves and black pussy. They're not related! That's an alert on my stream! You have to examine every pixel. Sorry if I'm just retweeting people who bought a plushie because I appreciate that they spent money on a plushie of me. God forbid. How do they know it's a Nazi book? Because there's a swastika on it, which is why all of this kicked off in the first place. I didn't notice there was a swastika because I was just retweeting people who bought my plushies. And then everybody got mad because there was a swastika on it. And I was like, well, if I unretweet it now, they're still gonna call me a Nazi, so does it even matter? I still unretweeted it, and wow! First of all, they still call me a Nazi. Second of all, people literally say I didn't unretweet it, which is just not true. All these people can do is lie. Just say shit happens. Oh, well, swastika doesn't mean Nazi. Every British book used to be plastered with swastikas because it was a universal symbol of peace. It's different. The like Buddhist swastika, it's not at an angle like the Nazi one. Another lesson to never yield. Yeah, it's fucking obnoxious. It's so obnoxious. So again, this is just an Imgur post of people who are maliciously lying because they are fucking retarded. Nostra Foxy, I love petting my black pussy. Some people are just primed to hate others for existence. The Buddhist swastika is called the Manji, by the way. I never remember the name, so I just call it the Buddhist swastika, and people know what I'm talking about. I should remember Manji because I play Azure Lane and the Manju were Manjus, and I think about, you know, the Manju workers, right? But like, for some reason my brain can't make that connection and remember Manji. Fascist and racist have lost all meaning. I wish they've lost all meaning. But it still creates, like, frustrating issues to have to deal with. Battleizer, thank you. KDS, like TDS, will end up being Terminal Foxu. Man. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Would you say instead of deporting people, we should deport people permanently? You know, since they keep saying you're with disease? No! No! I think the only people who should get deported permanently are like murderers, child molesters. If there's like definitive 100% evidence on camera that like a murderer has murdered someone, why aren't we doing death penalty for that, right? Free helicopter rides. These commies pointing out the fascist book in the picture so pointless. Normal people do not know Nazi literature. Normal people do not know... I don't know, man. I was like, I wouldn't recognize a fucking Nazi book if someone showed me a list of books. If someone could literally trap me by showing me like a bookshelf, and I'd be like, oh, those books have pretty hardcovers. That looks nice. And someone would be like, haha, she said Nazi books are pretty. It's like, how am I supposed to fucking know, brother? Fucking caught. Oh my god, do we have the same downvoter hate watcher that was the single downvote on Fillion's VoD recently? One hater to rule them all, I guess. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. You watch Downfall to learn how Hitler committed the forever sleep? Well, it's like I was saying before, and I mean, I shouldn't have to say it every time, but, you know, people always take things out of context. It's like, even if you did read a Nazi book, that doesn't make you a Nazi. That means you might enjoy history. You might want to, like, understand things that happened. You might be reading things from a different perspective, even if you don't agree with it. But apparently that is just, like, inconceivable to some people. Don't look up the books they burned. You mean the quality of the hardcover is different from the contents of what's inside, right? Kier has the skin-bound books. I do not think I would feel safe if I had skin-bound books in my house. He couldn't have been all that bad. He did kill Hitler after all. Oh my god. Allies burned millions more books than the Nazis. The sign of intelligence is being able to entertain an idea without accepting it as the truth. This is what happens to like both myself and Asmongold all the time, right? Like that fucking Indian AI Sloppa article that they put up saying I defended Shiloh Hendricks saying the N-word when I literally did the opposite. But they can't conceive of like looking at what's happening around you and explaining it. The only way that you say something is if you fully believe in it, which doesn't make any sense, especially because in the same breath, they also call me a grifter. So, do not read the Necronomicon. Nothing good ever happens with that book. If I own a copy of the Necronomicon, will these people call me a necromancer? That sounds like it would be a lot more fun. Examine. It was always Nazi literature they mentioned, yet never communist, right? Heard about her trial date? I did see that her trial is set for sometime soon, TM. I don't remember when, but I saw the tweet the other day. Again, I still can't believe there's even a trial, or how they're making out speech to be disorderly conduct. Like, once again, for the retards in the back, maybe don't call a child the N-word. Alright, but like, it's still America. She should still be able to say it without being taken to literal fucking trial. Reading a Nazi book does not make you a Nazi, just like reading the Odyssey doesn't make you Greek. Reading communist literature might make you a fascist, but I don't think that's why the commies wrote it. SGT676, brother, thank you. The more you read of communism, fascism, or Nazism, the more you despise them. These people are easily influenced and can't fathom that others aren't too. Yes, exactly. It's obnoxious. Help. Girugamesh, man, thank you. Kirsche has a signed copy of Mein Kampf from the H-Man's shooter. Can you imagine how rare that would be? Right? Like, how would, like, did he even have any signed copies? Phoenix DS, thank you. There was a female hockey team back in the 1916 called the Edmonton Swastikas. Go figure, what the heck? You listen to the song A Night Call? Does that make you Ryan Gosling? He's literally us, for real, for real. He signed one to give to Indiana Jones. That's not real, that's a movie. If someone soy pogs over the little red book from China, that's somehow acceptable. Yeah, that's really weird. That's really weird how soy pogging over the little red book that killed millions, that's somehow okay. You know, that's okay. But merely not recognizing a Nazi book, you're condemned. Death penalty. Professor John Wolfman, thank you for the 21 months. Just realized they'll never be satisfied because they're all miserable people. They're all miserable people, and misery loves company, and it's exhausting to deal with. It is exhausting. I hate them. A signed copy of MK by Mustache Man would be ungodly rare and super high value. I don't even know how you could afford something like that, man. That'd be very interesting if that even existed. Fringed Horizon, thank you. A failed Austrian painter did some heinous shit 80 years ago, and it's the fox who's crossed to bear all these years later. I'm not even fucking German, man. You remember Battle Station posting half of the time somebody snuck in a copy of Mein Kampf as an Easter egg? What the fuck? You mean the Nazis did steal a lot of gold? And I got to steal that gold in Crime Boss! I missed that game. Apparently there are signed copies of Mein Kampf. They're just rare. One sold a bit back at auction for 17k British pounds. That's kind of neat. That's a lot of fucking money. Imagine having 17,000 British pound dollars and spending it on signed copy of Mein Kampf. How dare you not recognize the no-no German books despite me claiming you are one? And please ignore why I recognize it instantly. It's a little crazy. Cherry sounds close to church in German, so that means you're evil. Figured it would be more. Yeah, I figured it would be more than 17k, but maybe it gets a debuff because, like, then you have to explain why you owned a signed copy of Mein Kampf. So that maybe knocks off the value of, like, 10k. Can't give up. Hope we can provide an environment to support you. Like I've said a multitude of times, I know the liars are never going to stop lying, but the fact that I've had so many people post the actual reality of the matter has been such a massive relief. Like, the amount of people that supported me, like you guys in chat, other streamers, other creators, my sponsors, like so many people. It was just an overwhelming feeling of holy shit. I have people that like understand
Just
and care and aren't going to let me get fucking like murdered here. It felt really comforting to know that. What the fuck was even Mao's masterpiece? Killing all the birds. And crumbs are crummy! Crumbs are crummy. Thank you for buttering my fucking doggo. Just here to enjoy a Kirsche stream on your birthday. Crumbs are crummy, happy birthday! Happy birthday, Crumbs are crummy, my guy. I hope you had a very fucking great birthday. I hope you had delicious pastry of your choice. Hell fucking yeah! Happy birthday! She's not gonna get that KOTH reference. She won't even recognize your title acronym. He's correct, I don't. Penitent lizard. Penitent lizard? Yeah! Penitent. Thank you! Prior to the 20th century, the Hakenkreuz was ubiquitous to the white world. It wasn't until Germany's defeat that changed. What? It was used as the manji before that. What do you mean? Turning all the iron tools into pig iron. Just ordered a gyro pizza. Long-deserved treat. I have not had a gyro myself before. Oh no, did my chats die? Of all the random replies to somebody else for her to read. Look, you're always in danger here. Anya. Hi, Foxu. Hello, delicious Dilbert warm body on the kick. It'd be cool to get Kirsche brand butter dog butter. I don't think I could make butter, but a butter dish. Not out of the question. Swastika was almost global. I gotta add hollandaise sauce on top of that hero pizza. Despite making so many enemies within VTubing and political sphere, you made as much if not more allies and support, especially this year. I don't even know if, like, outside of random V-tweeters, I have legitimate enemies. I feel like most people are more indifferent than genuine hatred. I think the only people I've heard of... I mean, I've talked about, like, Niji Sanji people trying to tell artists not to work with me. But, like, the other people that I know definitively hate me and try to start shit, there's not that many. A cute butter dog... Oh, a butter dog plush would be fucking cute. Fuku. Alright, I am scrolling. Spaz Badger, thank you. A lot of adventure books about killing Nazis had swastikas on them until just recently. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, Penrose, that's true. I forgot about that one. I forgot about that one. Tricky Wee. Again, I will give her props for being able to be professional. Not gonna shit on one who's actually able to be professional when we're invited to a collab in someone else's house, right? Just get a regular Kirsche plush and put butter on it. Imagine. We're the Kirsche plushie? Soon, TM. See, Thomas Peasant, thank you. There's no way you could ever be Natsock. You're too bright and notice too much for that. Happy early Thanksgiving for Foxu. Manya! That's true and real. And Tricky's flavor is also quite good. You bought it with code Kirsche. Hell yeah! Keep using code Kirsche for 10% off your gamer subs orders. She didn't do anything in the collab and was respectful. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, my only issue with Tricky was her doing that weird double down on the, like, I wish, you know, the guy hadn't missed. Kind of fucking weird. Kind of fucking strange. You know, if she ever publicly apologized for it, I wouldn't have any other issues with the lady. Speaking of V-tweeters, we discovered our favorite Seethe who complains about America lives in East Asia. Thanks, Grok Docs. I'm really not surprised they're from Southeast Asia. Niji Sanji ruined Hololive EN, you swear? Why can't the EN community? All of the EN community only wants to push the shipper headcanon and their agenda? I don't know what you mean by this. I don't know what you mean by that. I thought we already knew that. You wonder if someone ever put your picture on a can of beans as a funny? That would be funny. That would be funny. She withdrew the comment before there was time for a backlash to build. They built one anyway because screen caps. It's still a really fucking weird thing to say. And when someone, like, apologizes for doubling down on something like that, it definitely creates, incredulity, right? Because it's like, well, how do we know you're actually apologizing for that? But, you know, I'm as much as what I've been through, I'm kind of like, okay, well, if they said something, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see if that was, like, a mask off or if they genuinely just had a huge fucking retard moment. You don't think it's a weird thing to say? You think it's an evil thing to say? I mean, fair. Luane, thank you for the 23 months. In the words of a wise man, love your haters. They're your biggest fans. Kanye West. Help. Abundastangle, thank you for the euros. If you travel back in time and end Mustache Guy's murderer, are you ending the painter or yourself? I guess that depends on how much of a loop time is. Carl, thank you. You can explain why you have a signed copy of a No-No book. Just don't ask any questions about the rare paintings you inherited. I have signed copies of some No-No books. And by No-No books, I mean the Twilight series by Stephanie Meyer. That's almost worse than having a signed copy of Mein Kampf. Jimothy Farm, thank you. The donkey's name was... Wait. That might be a secondary tweet, because that doesn't make any sense starting off that way. Hold on. Where are we? Euthanasia, thank you. I have all your neck romance right here. Let me see them fingies. Congratulations on the signed copies, Foxy. Well done. Oh no, Kirsche likes Twilight. I was a teenage girl at one point. Of course I read Twilight. I wasn't very interested in going to see the Twilight movies, but I did get dragged to a midnight premiere of, like, I think the second one by a friend of mine. And I sat next to some other girl's boyfriend, and he and I just kind of made fun of the movie the whole time. How the fuck did you get signed copies of Twilight? Well, I went to a Barnes & Noble where Stephanie Meyer was signing copies of the books. And I had Twilight and the second book and the Eclipse book. Were there 3 or 4? I can't remember. And then there was like a special weird only headcanon book as well. Listening to Foxy on your drive to start a new job, pulled over for a bio break, and being gainfully employed is a mixed bag. More money to support Foxy, less time to watch Foxy. Well, thank you, my guy. I hope you're enjoying your job nonetheless. Every teenage girl was into Twilight, shrug. Yeah, right? Your old roommate had to go see Twilight with his ex. He laughed so hard she banned him from ever seeing another one. That's funny. Jimothy Farm, brother, thank you for the huge 50. Hello, Kirsche. You've been catching up from the last 2 weeks of streams. Muslim belief is that Momo rode a talking half-human and half-donkey through the 7 earths and 7 heavens to negotiate with Allah of how many prayers they do daily. This sounds like kind of like the Chinese monkey myth, right? Like the Son Goku and his staff stuff. It kind of sounds like that. No. And then where's the second one? The donkey's name was Al-Barak, which you think President Barack Obama was named after it. I don't know what Barack Obama was named after, but I also did make a joke about that when someone mentioned that donkey name before. Thank you, Jimothy Farm, for the 70 total dollary doodles, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Son Goku and his Dragon Balls. Yeah, exactly. Hot take. Inuyasha was Twilight before Twilight, but good. Change your mind. You see, that's where it gets weird, right? Because as a teenage girl, I didn't really like Inuyasha. And I feel like I was the only girl in my friend group that didn't like Inuyasha. Maybe that's because, like, the woman was in control of the dog man, and I wanted it to be the other way around? I don't know. That is rare, actually. I don't know. Surprise irony. Dim the lamp, thank you for the swastika, speaking of. Hashtag I stand with Foxu, always. Thank you. Ham the third, thank you. Just saw the $50 super chat and wonder, Eddie Murphy was there back then. How old is that guy? Eddie Murphy was where back when doing what? I remember him from... Not Zoolander. What was the other zoo movie where, like, he could speak to animals? What was that called? What was that, chat? What was that movie? Not Flubber. Flubber's the other guy. Dr. Doolittle. Yeah. I don't know why I thought it had zoo in the title. Maybe I was thinking Dr. Zoolittle. Fuck. Thank you, chat. Where were we? A Bundestangle. Thank you again. I remember reading that. Seems Kirsche isn't into the common Asian media trope of big bad scary man tamed by the woman. No! I don't want big bad scary man to be tamed by me. I want, like, big bad scary man treats me like his princess. I don't want to tame him. Let him do his thing. You like the one where he was Professor Clump? I don't know what that means. Eddie Murphy is secretly every black character we've ever seen on TV. What the fuck? Hayden Wayne, thank you. There are very few signed copies of the H-Guy's book. He did sign one and give it to Klaus von Stauffenberg, you believe. It is the white leather with gold inlays. A beautiful looking book, to be honest. Glenn Beck currently has it in his collection. Got to see it in 2019. How the fuck did Glenn Beck come into acquisition of a signed copy of Mein Kampf? What a like crazy lore thing to have about you, right? Where were we? Sonic Extreme, thank you. Random question, are you, or are you not, a fan of Metroidvanias? And if you haven't played any, have you thought of playing any? If somebody asked me to name a Metroidvania game, I think I would say, I don't even know what that is. And then someone would say, you can't even name Metroid? And I'd be like, well, I haven't played one. I mean, I got one for free with, like, the DS, I think, and, like, I was a ball, but I didn't like how it played, so I never really played more than 15 minutes of it, because being a ball was obnoxious. I got it. Kirsche prefers Morning Glory Milking Farm. What the fuck? You never played a Metroidvania, Castlevania? Only the pre-Metroidvania ones? What? Symphony of the Night is the best one, and it still isn't available on PC. Have I covered or talked about the U.S. Department of Education being dissolved or dismantled? Didn't that happen, like, way earlier? Or was it just announced that it was going to be dissolved earlier and it just happened now? Kier doesn't like that kind of side-scroller. I break Craig's heart. Whenever I play, like, a co-op game and the camera perspective changes to side-scroller, I'm just like, ah, fuck, why? I'm not a huge fan of those, actually. You got signed a couple of days ago, you believe? Oh, interesting. Interesting. Scrolling in the YouTube chat. Battleizer, thank you. Hot take, Gender Bent Twilight was a better fantasy book. I wouldn't say better, but I think Gender Bent Twilight made men understand why women like Twilight. You know? It only became the Metroidvania genre during the Game Boy Advance generation, not before it. That makes sense, because when I bought Game Boys, they were glorified Pokemon machines. I was the retard who was just like, if I want to play a video game, I'm gonna play it at home. Why do I want a handheld? If I'm going outside, I'm going outside to experience outside. Why do I want a handheld game console? You know, that was me when I was younger. Kai, thank you. You're reading the reverse gender version of Twilight called Life and Death. Imagine being a love interest of a female vampire and a tomboy werewolf. It's most men's wet dreams. What was the gender bent Twilight? That guy just said it, but I've already forgotten the name. I read it in that super chat. Gender bent Twilight is just Tsukihime. I haven't read that either. Castlevania series has like 20 games in it. The first 4 before the Game Boy were not Metroidvanias. Interesting. Kirsche isn't much of a retro gamer due to her graphics whoredom. You've come to accept this. True and real. Ham the Third, thank you. We're referring to Eddie Murphy playing the donkey in Shrek films. Put it in a super chat so I can see. Eddie Murphy was good as the donkey. I liked the Shrek movies. Glenn Beck also has a fishbowl hand-painted and signed by Orson Welles until the cleaning lady polished it clean. Did he get the cleaning lady deported? I feel I do not even know how I would react in that situation. That is crazy to me. No, she was executed! I shouldn't laugh at that, but I mean, if you destroy a priceless artifact, you know? Phoenix DS, thank you. Remember Eddie Murphy from his stand-up comedy? Like Eddie Murphy, Delirious, and Beverly Hills Cop, Golden Child? I wish I had watched more stand-up when I was younger, but I didn't start until I was like in my teens. And I know Eddie Murphy did stand up at that point, but it's like, I only watched whatever came on Comedy Central. No, Consuela, no. Hayden Wayne, thank you! Glenn Beck has a whole museum of historical artifacts from one of the handwritten drafts of the U.S. Constitution to the stylish uniforms designed by Hugo Boss. He has a ton of the dark side of history in a vault. I'm kind of jealous. That's kind of what I want to be, right? Like, I love fucking historical artifact shit. And so if I just had a crazy amount of money, like apparently Glenn Beck does, that's what I would want to do. I would just want to buy historical shit and preserve it. I've been playing since pre-NES, hence your name tag. It's also your gamer tag on all consoles. Oh my goodness. You saw the disabled comedians who were making fun of each other's disabilities. It was funny as fuck. Richard Gruba, thank you. You're helping a woman friend put together a dresser because she didn't know how. This is what being a himbo is like. I can only imagine. Maybe if I like get a house and then wander around a Home Depot, I could be like, I'm looking for someone to build shelves in a closet. Will you be the man in my closet? Suggest 1987's Raw. It's probably Eddie Murphy's best stand-up. Interesting. Interesting. You know a place that has a lot of World War II items you can't easily find elsewhere? I don't know if this is a joke or not, or if you actually do. Why am I looking for men in the closet? Because you guys tell me I always turn them gay. Stop trying to shove the himbos in the closet. It's bad enough what happens when you think they're cute. Fuck me, dude. Eine Moment. Eine Moment. Okay. All right. Yeah. My mods linked me the article talking about millions of dollars in lost revenue in the Panama protest. Yeah, thank you for the correction. I said billions. It's millions, not billions. I'm sorry. Sometimes I remember things incorrectly, and that's why I have you guys. That's why I have you guys to be my memory for me. Okay. The voices in your head. Did I see the RAM prices are soaring past $1,000 in some cases due to AI? Yeah, I might want to buy new RAM before the prices go absolutely fucking insane, because I have, how much RAM do I have? Can I look at my performance here? Andrew, thank you for the member. Thank you for member. How much RAM do I have? Tell me, computer. Oh, I have 64 gigabits. Oh, maybe I'm fine. Maybe I don't need more RAM. For some reason, I thought I only had 32, but I guess I have 64. I should be fine, probably. AI makes you glow. Lemmy from Motorhead also used to collect history memorabilia, including some naughty stuff. Naughty stuff. DDR4 or 5? It should be DDR5. I'm pretty sure I have DDR5. I don't know how to check, but I'm pretty sure it's 5. Hayden Wayne, thank you. They're working on cataloging online Glenn Beck's The American Journey Experience Museum online. They only open it up a few times a year. He has the original R2-D2, Dorothy's Red Slippers, lots of historical artifacts, awesome collection. That's really fucking cool. If there's only one thing I ever remember about Glenn Beck, hopefully it's that. Just go on OfferUp or Marketplace and buy some RAM or gaming rig for your second. I have a second rig. I just haven't been able to hook it up to my first rig because I need a capture card. And I've been like, do I want to buy a second capture card? Because Tim doesn't know where he put my capture card. But then if I find it, I'll have two. And who needs two capture cards? And capture cards were expensive. I'm pretty sure that was like $400 or $500, man. Like, I don't know what to do, man. But hopefully I'll be back. I'll be back in Georgia at some point. Might need to be able to use two. RAM's gonna get real expensive and then real cheap in the near future. AI bubble gonna pop? I don't know. Your favorite. Roommates play hide and seek with my fucking shit! True. Phoenix DS, thank you. You have completed a closet pantry with shelves for foodstuffs because you're lazy and you don't want to walk into the hallway to the pantry there. You say you just added like a place for food in your real closet? That's some effort to be lazy. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Once he gets to said closet in the basement, there are chains ready to hold her new victim, just like the Foxy does. Congratulations. Help. That's just training you for marriage. Don't know where anything is anymore. What do you mean? You just want to rip the band-aid off with the AI bubble already so the economy can start getting fixed. AJ the Groundhog, thank you for your member, thank you. Psycho, thank you. It's cheaper to buy Hugo Boss uniforms than the weapons they used. History is important. You can look at that uniform and be happy you don't live under them. Yeah? Yeah, and also be like, damn, how did they manage to, like, get such fashionable outfits? That's kind of dangerous, man. It's a clever idea. Buy PCs that have their prices pretty much locked in and sell the RAM on eBay? Ooh. I don't know, man. The Watchman, thank you. Imagine running 64 gigs of RAM. 16 has lasted you almost a decade. I think I had more than 64 at one point, but it was DDR5, and so I had to, like, remove it. Eleni BC, thank you. Who are the worst pavement princesses? What is a pavement princess? 1 being the worst, 4 being somewhat tolerable, Ford Super Duty guy, Ram guy, Chevy guy, Toyota guy. Pavement princesses don't tow or go off-road ever. Chat, what is this guy talking about? What is it? What is it? I don't know what he's talking about, chat. Please help. Grandpa served in the Air Force during World War II in Japan and came home with a sword and a rifle he found in a cave. You can probably guess which one he sold. Hint, it wasn't the gun. Why would he sell either of them? They have trucks, but don't tow or go off-road with them. Someone who gets a truck for non-truck stuff. What do you do with a truck if you're not going to use the truck utility? Why not just have a car? You ever see cool history stuff? Dragon Man History Museum. It has the gas. Dragon Man History Museum? What the fuck? Because big truck. The Watchman, thank you for the member. Thank you for member. It's to overcompensate. Speaking of overcompensation, I really want to talk about the fucking Somali shit that happened recently. Because, like, how does this happen? But I don't know how far back in my tabs it is or where. Hello? No, no, no. Okay, I can't keep doing that. Starting to get lightheaded. Where the fuck are my tabs? I have been, like, so brain damaged recently, I feel like I can't keep track of absolutely anything. Sniffa, oh no. She can smell us. You miss small trucks that had good gas mileage and don't take up 1.5 parking spots? I don't know how some people manage to drive those, like, giga fucking ginormous trucks. Like, how do you even park that shit, man? It looks crazy to me. Shades dude, thank you. A pavement princess is typically used in reference to trucks that are only used on pavement. Usually they're also jacked up very high and are very loud. Funny enough, the owners are usually women. But, like, isn't it fine if they're only used on pavement if you're using them for, like, truck things? Like, if you use the bed to, like, carry around big stuff, or, like, you use the balls on the back of it to, like, hitch stuff and, like, tow it? Isn't that fine? Like, you don't have to off-road with a truck, right? Carefully, Kier. They have mud tires that have never even seen a dirt road. Like, you got a K-truck to haul stuff around town? It's, way more useful than your giant Ram 1500. K-trucks aren't legal everywhere, though, right? You can only drive them in certain places. I think New Hampshire had, like, lifted restrictions and you're able to drive them, like, anywhere in New Hampshire right now. Women truck drivers literally do nothing with trucks. Lifting a truck is horrible for its towing capacity. Why would you lift it, though? The wheels and tires aren't set up for hauling. The fuck? California, the trucks with the lift kits were men. Women used big SUVs. I'd drive a golf cart, you know? You're looking for another old Toyota Tundra to tow your car to meets? What? Home Depot uses them for haul trees? Good afternoon! You put a Foxu in Kirsche onesie? A Kirsche onesie? Warm Body reporting in. Hello, Warm Body. You are wonderful, thank you. Speaking of, I found the Somalian tabs. Chris Rufo posted that Somalians are stealing billions of dollars from American taxpayers and sending cash to terrorists back home. It's time for Donald Trump to revoke temporary protected status for all Somali nationals in the US. It's time for them to go home. And Trump actually did that. He did remove TPS for all Somali nationals. Apparently, specifically, people with TPS are a very low number. But I'm hoping that removing TPS is the beginning of the slope of mass deportations for all. But I think the biggest thing I want to see, like, I'm glad something is happening, but the biggest thing I want to see is Ilhan Omar has committed immigration fraud by lying about her marriage. And so I feel like if nothing is done about her specifically, then nothing is actually going to happen in general. And so something needs to happen because she's still a sitting member of a representation of the US citizens, and that's just not okay. Didn't she marry her brother? She did. The Watchman, thank you. We'd still have small trucks, but the government did a thing, and now trucks have stupid size and emissions requirements. Thanks, I hate it. If we can't even pick the low-hanging fruit, we'll never have food. Punished Fink, thank you. Pavement Princess is a truck that's just for looks because trucks are now luxury vehicles, not for work or off-road recreation. When I heard how much the Bunker Bro guy paid for his truck, I was like, God damn, brother. Your truck was more expensive than my car, and my car is like, you know, basically a sports car. Like, that's kind of fucking wild. That's crazy to me. The thing that racist conspiracy theory right-wing extremists were pointing out as obviously happening for years was really happening. Wow! Wow, I'm so shocked! Patchouli, thank you. As someone who has had to drive a full-size van through Boston, parking is less of an issue than actually getting the damn thing through those tiny roads. Yeah, I don't think, I would want to drive a giant truck in Boston. That just sounds like a fucking headache, dude. Lord Ariman Stark, when did this become an ASMR stream? I am gently removing the skin from your face. Gently. Softly. You can't scream as you've been sedated. I will make a beautiful lamp from your face skin. Put it back! Psycho, thank you. Women truck drivers scare you as a sports car and motorcycle enjoyer. You've seen 3 motorcycle accidents because women can't put the phone down. Chat, as you know, I don't like wearing my seatbelt. I'm a seatbelt unenjoyer. They do not spark joy. I will never be in the car with my dad's girlfriend without my seatbelt on. She makes me feel like I'm going to die at any moment because she drives like she is the only person on the road and it terrifies me. Phoenix DS, thank you. Towed a Suburban with your Ranger once for your brother-in-law. I don't know what that means. I know those are both vehicles, but I could not make them appear in my brain because I don't know what they look like. The woman drivers, am I right? What you do, boy? You were parallel parking, and when you were diagonal, some woman crashed into you and almost hit you driver's side door because she was on her phone, and then told the insurance companies you pulled out in front of her. What a retard. Women drivers are the worst. You had a 40-year-old woman blow a stop sign while you were on your motorcycle earlier this year, and you T-boned her truck doing 65 miles an hour. Wound up with 6 skull fractures. Holy fuck. 7 broken ribs, 1 broken hand, and 2 broken vertebrae. Did you at least get her to pay for all of it because it was her fault? And you're being a guy making wee people go hello? A wee people? Your uncle's Toyota pulled out your dad's K5 Blazer when he got stuck in a ditch. I know what a Blazer is! My mom had one of those! Basically, Kirsche, the air inside the tire is what determines the towing capacity because bigger tires with more sidewall can protect the wheels better. Is that actually how that works? I didn't know that was how that worked. Someone you used to know said drives like an Italian, and when you asked what she meant, she would say, like Mario Andretti, the race driver. I don't know who that is. I don't think I've ever seen that. I don't think I've ever seen that. Pneumonia. I have my caps lock on, that's fine. Whenever I type at you in all caps, I'm not actually yelling at you, I've just accidentally turned it on. Happy tappy, ay. Your mom wanted your dad to teach you how to drive because she refused to? You think you know why? I also don't really have any desire to drive. Like, I know I need to learn how to drive again, at least, like, in town situations, right? Because, like, what if I ever need to drive someone to the hospital? Or what if, like, you know, I have kids in the future and they get sick and I need to pick them up from school, right? Like, there are things that I will need to know how to drive, at least in a small area for. But, you know, if I could go the rest of my life never learning how to drive, like, if real self-driving cars that I never needed to have any human input for were easily accessible to me at this current time, I would just get one of those and never drive again. You know, I have no desire for it. And there's so many people, like my dad's girlfriend included, that are like, but Kirsche, the freedom! You want to lose the freedom that being able to drive anywhere gives you? And I'm like, yeah, I really don't give a shit. I don't see it as freedom, to be completely fair. You can do all my driving. I was like, that's the one thing I really hope won't be like completely obnoxious. I am permanent passenger princess. I do not wish to drive unless absolutely fucking necessary. And you know, the women in my family have been able to find men who are okay with that. So hopefully in theory, I will also be able to find a man who is okay with that. Your dad didn't learn how to drive until he was in his late 50s? Hot damn. Instead of driving Miss Daisy, it's driving Miss Kirsche. True. You just want to walk to your destination? You don't want to own a 30K box to get there? I don't mind paying for my guy's 30K box as long as he's the one always driving, you know? Like, I was like that could be the way that works, right? Usually the husband's like, hello, wife, I bought you a brand new car because I love you. And I'd be like, husband, you drive everywhere. I buy you new car. You know, that could be me. Guess you're buying a Tesla. Hey, baby, I've got a clean and safe driving record. Want to be my passenger princess? Your ex-wife never wanted to drive, especially because you live in the DMV area. She lives down in Florida now and drives all the time. I just don't want to do it. I have no desire to drive a death box around other people driving death boxes. You drive me around, but if I get to step on your shoulder blades so that they don't hurt as much, I mean, maybe. Or just get, like, a professional to fix them, you know? Husband, you spread all our money on project cars. Now we are homeless. She needs a tank. Noted. Emperor Creatine, thank you. With a car, you can go anywhere, but even cars can't escape the warm temperatures. True. A David Edge Runner, thank you. Self-driving cars are great until the government limits what roads you can go on and manufacturers start charging a premium road package. Yeah, that's also a worry, unfortunately. If we remove undesirables, driving would be much safer. It's me. I would be an undesirable. Don't let me fucking drive. You imagine Kirsche's man's car has a cover over the front passenger seat that says her throne. That should just be his shirt, honestly. Alejandro Trombono, thank you. Don't blame me, Kirsche. Cars are shit to take care of nowadays. It's not even the maintenance on a car. It's just I don't want to drive. I don't, like, the idea of driving is oppressive to me. I don't want to do it. And Kirsche driving would put everyone on the road in danger. It would. You've been trying desperately to make the 30K box into a sex joke, but you can't quite make it land. I don't know. T.I. said you can have whatever you like, and that's what you trade the 30K box for, you know? Patchouli, thank you, passenger princess wife. Sign me up. Anthony, thank you. Kirsche wants to be barefoot in the kitchen. True and real. Fringed Horizon, thank you. Remember, chat? Woman drivers, no survivors. That's why I don't drive. I know I'd be a danger, man. Moinia. Honestly, you have a car, but since you started working from home, you barely drive anymore. Also, your mom's aunt never learned to drive, and she made it out okay, so I think you're good. I don't know. I don't know if I'd be good, but I certainly hope so. No. Elani BC, thank you. You live in Austin, and truck drivers have the most fragile egos. Particularly the ones not hauling anything. You drive a Subaru Forester. I just think of lesbians whenever I hear Subaru. Sturgeon, thank you. Get off your big wheel, Kirsche. That's the only thing I can handle. Keck McKeckerson, thank you. Last week you learned how to drive the LMTV military truck thing. Very interesting truck to drive. I have no idea what that even looks like. As someone who gets nervous when someone else is driving, you hope you find a passenger princess. Hell yeah. Askill, thank you for the Canucks. You came back from a shower and witnessed Foxu making Asian voice impressions about their future himbo. I'm not very good at doing voice impressions, but you know, sometimes I try. Phoenix DS, thank you. Why worry about the death boxes on the road when you could own a light armored vehicle to drive over a Ford lately? I don't think you should trust me with an armored vehicle. But back to the Somalis. I have an article here about specifically what they're doing. Somali terror group Al-Shabaab taking a cut of millions in stolen Minnesota taxpayer money from welfare fraud scheme. And we talked about this scheme months ago because they already reported on how Somalis were gaming the autism charity system, where like autism fucking payouts went from crazy like low under 10 million to like over 54 million or something crazy. And it's because of all the Somalians defrauding the autism shit. But now the update to the Somali autism fraud is that money is going to a terrorist organization. So it reminds me of that like image where it has like missiles going over to another country and it's like my tax dollars. and then the other country is throwing missiles back and it says somehow also my tax dollars. And then there's like little text down in the corner that says 2 homosexual members of Hamas having sex, somehow also funded by my tax dollars. You know, like, hold up, you said Minnesota, like the scam call center capital of the US? Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. You remember that meme? Yeah, like that meme just blows into my head when I read this. So it says, millions of dollars in taxpayer money stolen as part of a series of massive Minnesota welfare fraud schemes may have been funneled to Somalia-based terror group Al-Shabaab, according to a report. The radical Islamic terror group, which is a long-standing ally of Al-Qaeda and considered a threat to U.S. interests, has likely been the beneficiary of money stolen in a spate of scams and sent to Somalia by the criminals defending the North Star State, City Journal reported Wednesday. This is a third rail conversation, but the largest funder of Al-Shabaab is the Minnesota taxpayer. A source who worked on a federal investigation into Minnesotans attempting to join overseas terror groups told the outlet. That's a little crazy. Don't you think that maybe we might have had a problem if you have to have a specific, like, investigation group specifically for Minnesotans alone? Like, that's wild, man. There is an issue here that is real, and if there is ever an event that is traceable back to these funds or to the people from this area, then the situation will take on a whole new set of optics. Minnesota has been plagued by several high-profile fraud scandals in recent years, the largest being the Feeding Our Future scheme, which prosecutors have racked up 56 criminal convictions in what they allege was a plot to steal $300 million from a federally funded program meant to feed children during the coronavirus pandemic. I also vaguely remember talking about this scam as well. I think the autism one was just more recent, so I remember that one better. In recent months, the Minnesota U.S. Attorney's Office has uncovered multi-million-dollar fraud schemes targeting the state's Medicaid Housing Stabilization Services program and a federally funded autism services for children program. The state's top prosecutor believes billions of dollars in taxpayer money have been stolen as a result of fraud. To be clear, this is not an isolated scheme, acting U.S. Attorney Joseph Thompson said in September, when announcing the first charges in the autism fraud scheme. From Feeding Our Future to Housing Stabilization Services and now Autism Services, these massive fraud schemes form a web that has stolen billions of dollars in taxpayer money. Each case we bring exposes another strand of this network. The challenge is immense, but our work continues. Are we gonna end up deporting people doing this? Like, can we like speed up the deportations just a little bit, man? Can we get this like expedited, man? The fraud during COVID was off the chain. COVID in and of itself was just like a massive type of like just encouragement of fraud everywhere. As a part of the deportation process, they need to be administered a severe beating for stealing our money and failing to use it in our economy. I would say, do they administer beatings in Somalia? Because, like, couldn't we just, like, get together with, like, someone in the Somalian area that wasn't receiving any of these fraud funds and be like, bro, you wanted to receive some of this fraud and you didn't. How about we send these criminals back to you and then you beat them as punishment, right? Like, can we just, like, Grandpa Buff go glass someplace instead of sending our money there? Malcolm Liang, thank you for the you told everyone the autism overdiagnosis is for fraud and nobody believed you, and now everyone acts like they knew it all along. There's a lot of overdiagnosis, that's for fucking sure. You were ahead of the curve, brother. Psycho, thank you. They can have machine guns, but I can't? What the fuck? I know, right? Our taxpayers are giving machine guns to people when we can't own them. Where's the justice? Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. The government in Canada just gives millions in taxpayer money to African countries to do research into infectious diseases. So, literally stealing money from people in the open. Yeah. Why can't we also use this as an excuse to just shut the tap off entirely for all of Somalia? Like, just say no Somalian immigrants whatsoever for the next 5 years because of the emergency state of fraud? I would say crank that up for more than 5, man. 5 is nothing. Sure, we could bribe a couple important politicians in power over there to implement the beatings. Heat-seeking, thank you. The primary method of transport in Kirsche was rollerblading. All citizens have fantastic legs and glutes. True. True and real. We can own machine guns. It's just really expensive. I would like a government-funded machine gun. Somalia got them. Why can't we? No. Okay, I think I'm caught up over here on YouTube. System's too broken and abused. No immigration from anywhere for 20 years. Yeah, just like we did before. Let's have a little period of just shut off the valve for a bit. I played a round trip of nap roulette and lost. You went to bed at 4 a.m. Woke up 12 hours later. I am fucking exhausted, man. I feel like I'm dying. Former fraud investigator Kayesh Magan, a Somali American who had worked in the Minnesota Attorney General's office, noted in an op-ed last year that it is uncomfortable and true that nearly all the defendants in several Minnesota fraud cases, including Feeding Our Future, are from my community, the Somali community. Interesting. David Gauthier, a former Republican Minnesota state senator, believes state Democrats and the media have ignored fraud being perpetrated by members of the state's large and politically influential Somali community, which has made the problem worse. Do you really think it's been ignored? Or do you really think that they actually just support the fraud happening? Because I feel like it's probably more that they support the fraud, and we're hoping that it wouldn't come to light in public because, you know, as long as you just call people racist for noticing things, they'll shut the fuck up about it. So that was probably the hope here. You say the latter? Yeah, you know. Somali immigrants being a big mistake has been demonstrated by Sweden for the past 50 years. I do not know the specificities, however the fuck you pronounce that word, of Sweden immigration. Sell Minnesota to Canada. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Forget a 20-year ban. Let's put it up to 75. Massive Doge, thank you. Have I done my daily ethno-guesser? I have not. My brain is not alive enough to do that right now. The media does not want to put a light on this, Gauthier told City Journal, and if you're a politician, it's a significant disadvantage for you to alienate the Somali community. If you don't win the Somali community, you can't win Minneapolis. And if you don't win Minneapolis, you can't win the state. End of story. Shouldn't this be a massive fucking red flag? Like, to anyone? Like, that's weird to me. The fraudulently obtained welfare funds make their way to Al-Shabaab through the untold millions of dollars in cash remitted by Somalis in Minnesota back to Somalia through an informal network of money handlers known as Hawalas, the outlet reported. Halucha, the Pokemon? How is he implicated in this? We had sources going into the Hawalas to send money. Glenn Kearns, a retired Seattle Police Department detective who served on a federal joint terrorism task force, explained. I went down to Minnesota and pulled all of their records and, well, shit, all these Somalis sending out money are on DHS benefits. How does that make sense? We had good sources tell us this is welfare fraud. Kearns said he later determined that significant funds were being sent from people in the U.S. to Al-Shabaab networks in Somalia, and though it may not have been intentional, the terror group was getting a share. What do you mean it may not have been intentional? Are you fucking kidding me? And also, if you commit fraud and you've immigrated to this country, your citizenship status should be revoked and you should get deported. I don't even think that's a radical position. If you've come here, even if you did it the legal way, and you commit fraud, you should be kicked the fuck out. That feels like it should be a no-brainer at this point. Pretty much your entire voter base is compromised? Yeah, exactly. Girugamesh, thank you. You shall call a crusade for Minnesota. We shall gather in Fargo, North Dakota, move east and take Minneapolis, and then we will name it East Dakota. The Dakotas shall expand. If they're committing fraud to fund terrorism, don't deport them to Guantanamo Bay, man. Psycho, thank you. You're an atheist. Deus Vault, my brothers. True and real. True and real. Kern said, wait, I already read that paragraph, sorry. Every scrap of economic activity in the Twin Cities in America, throughout Western Europe, anywhere Somalis are concentrated, every cent that is sent back to Somalia benefits Al-Shabaab in some way. A former member of the Minneapolis JTTF said, for every dollar that is transferred from the Twin Cities back to Somalia, Al-Shabaab is taking a cut of it. We need to ramp up the investigations, ramp up the deportations, revoke citizenship from people involved in fraud. Get them out. Get them out. Why is this so hard? Why is this so difficult? Lukewarm take. If you immigrate here and get on welfare, your immigration papers should be revoked and deported. Shouldn't be giving welfare to the world, even legally. I think I read something recently from someone in the Trump administration saying that, like, if you come here and try to get on welfare, you're going to be like listed for deportation. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe one of my mods can find that tweet. But I feel like I read something about that recently. Which absolutely should be what happens. If you immigrate to this country, you should not be getting welfare. And these are just people looking for a better life. They've committed no crime. No human is illegal. Their very literal presence is a crime. A federal crime, and re-entry after being deported is a felony. True and real. And then in that thread, this guy from Maine said that Maine also has Somali Medicare fraud. How come anywhere that has a large concentration of Somalis ends up with a large amount of fraud? Can someone explain this to me? Why is this happening? Ours are sending money to bankroll a wannabe warlord's campaign for Jubaland. Is that real? Jubaland sounds like something a racist on Pole would make up. What the fuck is that? Gateway Community Services and its founder, Abduali Ali, have been credibly accused of defrauding Maine Care by a former employee. But Democrat AG Aaron Frey won't investigate, and Janet Mills won't acknowledge it. And he posted a screenshot here, but I'm just going to open the article. Whitey are morons and will let you dupe them? Yeah, pretty fucking much. Like, at this point, pretty much everyone that immigrates here must literally think all of us are fucking subhuman IQ. And to be fair, you are subhuman IQ if you're letting people defraud you to this degree. Somali Americans received millions in U.S. taxpayer dollars, Maine Care funding, while claiming to bankroll Jubaland militia. What the fuck is a Jubaland? Somali American Abduali Ali has had a prolific life since arriving in Lewiston, Maine as a refugee in 2009. Ali has become a U.S. citizen, started a nonprofit to help fellow immigrants, started several businesses, including a multi-million-dollar Maine Care-funded migrant services agency. And even according to an interview he gave to Kenyan media, managed to raise money in the U.S. to buy weapons, munitions, and supplies for a paramilitary force he had hoped to lead as a president of Jubaland, Somalia. And this is why also our legal path of immigrants has an issue. Like, when you're able to defraud to this degree, come the fuck on, man. There's no defending this. Battleizer, thank you. Somalia has piracy as a part of their GDP. Why do you think welfare fraud is something they do? I mean, it's not, it's just crazy, man. Was it this tweet? Let me see. Let me see if it's this tweet. Beep, 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 boop. Nope. This is not it. This is not it. This is not the tweet. Jubaland. His knack for running a celebrated migrant agency out of Portland didn't translate into electoral success last November when he failed to win the convoluted and disputed presidential race in Jubaland. This dude was defrauding the people of Maine and running a fraud scheme in order to buy shit to make himself a president in a foreign country, and he still failed to win. That's crazy. In an interview with Kenyan media, Ali had previously boasted of his efforts to raise funds for paramilitary forces in Somalia, forces he hoped would back his claim to power should he win the presidential election. When I was in the US, I contributed to the financial support for the Jubaland Somali army to help the troops buy weapons, bullets, and food. I helped pay my share of the fund, he said. I wish collectively everyone could decide to just stop paying taxes. The IRS can't arrest all of us. And I'm kind of tired of this shit. DMCA? I don't think the jihadis are gonna DMCA me, chat. There ain't no way. When I was in the US, I contributed to the financial support for the Jubaland Somali army to help the troops buy weapons, bullets, and food. I helped pay my share of the fund. And this is another tweet where he types in whatever language that is. All right, bet. Speaking of jihadis issuing DMCAs, that other day when we were watching shit playing church music, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna mute this because it's probably DMCA. It was the protest against the Islamification of America, and people in chat were like, Kirsche, it's church music, it's not gonna get DMCA'd. And I was like, okay, chat, I'll believe you. Yeah, I got the DMCA's, chat. The church music DMCA'd me. Fuck you. Furious Cinnabon, thank you, Hassan, dancing to this right now. These people will literally tell the world what they're doing and people will say it's not happening. I know! It's infuriating! Nice truck. Imagine trusting chat. Imagine. At the same time, Ali was helping finance arms deals in Somalia. He was also serving as the executive director and nominal head of Gateway Community Services LLC and Gateway Community Services Maine. Ali's taxpayer funding, political connections, and boast about funding Somali arms deals raised questions about whether U.S. taxpayer dollars were involved in paying for paramilitary activities aimed at influencing Somali elections, as well as whether Ali acted as an unregistered foreign agent while receiving millions in taxpayer dollars. I don't think this raises questions. I think it actually answers those questions. What do you mean? Message to chat, always assume music will get you DMCA'd, even church music. He did get him. Yeah, why is he still doing anything? Why is he not arrested? According to records obtained via the Freedom of Access Act, Gateway Community Services LLC received $28.8 million in payments via MaineCare, Maine's version of Medicaid, from 2019 through 2024, including $4.1 million last year, while Ali was running for office with his militia in Somalia. In April 2020, the LLC received $693,382 in taxpayer dollars under the Paycheck Protection Program, funding that allegedly backstopped 127 full-time jobs. Other documents show that Gateway, while it was being run by Ali and Assistant Executive Director Representative Deka Dalak D. South Portland, owed a debt to the Maine Department of Health and Human Services of nearly $800,000 due to improper payments the company received under MaineCare. According to a March 2022 letter to Ali, a sample audit of reimbursement claims Gateway filed with MaineCare found a 36% error rate, resulting in Gateway receiving an estimated $903,938.95 in improperly paid taxpayer dollars. It's unclear from the letter whether that debt was ever settled. I'm gonna go ahead and guess it probably fucking wasn't. Holy shit. Like, how are these people able to just get away with it? Why does nothing ever happen to them? Why are there no arrests? Why are there no charges? Why are there no, hey, you're gonna have to pay this money back and then we're gonna deport your ass? What is happening? The left asserts everyone who doesn't agree with them is a Nazi white supremacist and you want to ethnically cleanse entire cultures from the planet with "it came to me in a dream" as their evidence. But you play a clip from a politician in their own words and you're called a conspiracy theorist. Pretty fucking much. Pretty fucking much. You got one more try for the welfare tweet? Beep 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 boop 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 beep 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 boop 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 beep beep beep. This might actually be it, maybe. I don't think this is specifically it, because I remember the tweet specifically mentioning, like, if you come here as an immigrant and try to get on welfare, you should be denied entry. And I just don't remember, like, what politician it came from, but this is a fun tab. I think I'll bring it up after. That is a fun tab, thank you. Sky the Gun Fox, thank you. Much love to the base Foxy. From one fox to another. Autistic screaming noises. Any chance you'd go back on Artcast? Absolutely not. Also, make machine guns legal again. Let me have a fully automatic vector, please. Battleizer, thank you. We all glowing today, baby. True. Tinfoil looks cute on your head anyways. I need a tinfoil hat asset, man. Androtaz, thank you. Rest in peace, Saint Terrence A. Davis. I saw a meme that I had to resist the urge to retweet the other day, where they were like white schizophrenics and it had a picture of Terry Davis, and then black schizophrenics and it had a picture of the guy that stabbed Irina Zarutska. I was like, yep, God, that's God, you know. Foxu with the vector based. I love the vector, man. New friend doesn't know. Zenik, thank you for the czar. This is why you honestly believe welfare and government assistance is a Pandora's box of evil and tyrant. No government should be big enough or have enough money to subsidize anything. I think like tiny welfare makes sense for like people who legitimately fall into a hard time and need a way to not just fall into despair and kill themselves, right? So like there needs to be some kind of tiny temporary safety net. But the problem is that our welfare state has become exactly that, where people rely on welfare instead of trying to better themselves. And it's not only their fault entirely. Like, yes, there are some people who just don't really want to do anything, but also the entire system perpetuates the, if you try to get yourself out of relying on the government, we're going to penalize you, and so you're incentivized to stay on it. You would all of me for repeating on stream what you shouldn't retweet, but nobody on Twitter watches your stream, so you're safe, I guess. Yeah, that's exactly why I said it. None of them fucking watched. Don't understand people who are against the Second Amendment. Why would you want your government to have better weapons than you? I think I've gotten so frustrated watching movies as an adult because like any time, like especially in a horror movie when they run into something and they're just like, oh, we gotta get a weapon, and they get like a kitchen knife or like a broomstick or something, and I'm like, why does nobody ever have guns in these movies? Why does nobody ever have a firearm? Or like even in the rare chance that there's a firearm available, like there was some movie I watched recently. I can't even remember what it was called, but like it was supposed to be like their friend like staged a kidnapping or something, but oh haha funny, it was actually a real kidnapping. And so like they were carrying around what they thought was a fake gun. And then once they realized, like, oh, this is a real kidnapping, she shot the gun into the ceiling, was like, oh my god, it's a real gun! And then when the kidnappers were trying to, like, break into the room where they were, once they realized it was a real kidnapping and not a staged, like, fake fucking haha game party night thing, they left the gun on the ground. I was like, what? Why would you leave it? Why would you leave the gun for the dangerous kidnappers to pick up instead of taking it with you? Like, it just, I don't know. Maybe I'm too old to watch movies, but like, it just like pisses me off. Holy shit. You like horror movies, you pretend all the victims are anti-2A activists. It's really wacky when it's a rural area and nobody has a gun. Yes, especially so. Chat and Kirsche should read Jack London's People of the Abyss. Some sort of safety net is needed, but not the bloated monster that we have now. Yes, I agree. Teehee, oops, forgot to take the gun. Silly me. She's turning into an EBT American watching the horror movies. What do you mean? Phoenix DS, thank you. Revisiting Black Hawk Down when? What does he mean by this? What does he mean by this? VG Justice, thank you. Imagine if the DMCA on the church music was also a scam. I have a couple of those that I still need to hear back from my YouTube lady about. Androtaz, thank you. Well, if Israel, why not them, right? What? A Black Hawk Down sequel in Minneapolis? Oh no. My YouTube chat's refreshing itself. Eine Moment. Evil Mandrake, thank you. Is it just you, or are the sugar-free subs cans actually better? You feel like the regular ones were nondescript red flavor. Also, brand risk is a plus. I still haven't tried brand risk, man. I haven't asked for any cans yet. I'm bad foxu. I have also not tried the sugar-free cans, but I do like the sugar cans. Lamby Chop, thank you. Your taxes should not pay for the Muslim takeover of Yo Gabba Gabba. I agree. I agree. Minneapolis, Mogadishu, what's the difference? True. At least in Scary Movie 1, it was a joke that she takes the banana instead of a gun, and now it's just, you know, in every movie. Battleizer, thank you, because the bad guys get beaten without guns. Duh, Disney leftoid writer. Imagine. Speaking of, according to public tax records, Gateway Community Services, the non-profit rather than the similarly named for-profit LLC, earned just over $1.5 million in revenue in fiscal year 2023, with $1.3 million of that revenue being from government grants. That represented a significant increase in taxpayer funding for the non-profit, which received just $135,561 in 2019. And nobody thought that it was suspicious at all that they, like, fucking quadrillion-drupled their income? Like, what the fuck? And $488,531 in 2020, according to tax documents. Ali, in his role as executive director of the nonprofit arm of Gateway, took compensation of $12,825. State Rep. Delac, a member of the state legislature's powerful Appropriations Committee, served as Assistant Executive Director at Gateway at the same time. DHHS's Program Integrity Unit was attempting to recoup nearly $800,000 in improperly billed claims. According to financial disclosures Delac has filed with the Maine Ethics Commission, she listed her employer as Gateway Community Services in 2021, 22, and 23. However, her 24 disclosure lists only Cross-Cultural Community Services, an entity from which she reported self-employment income in the 3 years she served as Assistant Executive Director at Gateway. I bet this is also some kind of fraud. Cross-Cultural Community Services. That sounds like some DEI commie gobbledygook that is also probably fraud-related. The nonprofit arm of Gateway has also come under legal and media scrutiny in recent years. According to a January 22 report from the Portland Press Herald, Abduali and Gateway were implicated in a federal investigation into wage fixing among migrant-run healthcare agencies, though Abduali has denied any knowledge of the conspiracy. How many fraud things is this guy implicated in, and he wants us to believe that he had no idea about this specific fraud? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, come on, brother. According to one of the defendants in that case, Ali, who was never named as a defendant and was never indicted, I'm so shocked, was the person who drafted the agreement. It's all so fucking tiresome. When the Press Herald reported and questioned Ali about this, the reporter said he hung up the phone. Although Delac appears to no longer work for Ali at Gateway, the pair appear to remain close. Both Delac and Ali accompanied Office of New Americans Director, Office of New Americans. Why is it that we have to continuously let people take advantage of us because they're doing it in a legal way? Otherwise, we're somehow the bad guys? Like, I just, what the fuck, man? What the, like, the more I read, the angrier I get. What the fuck? That's very subversive. It is, dude. They accompanied the Office of New Americans Director Tarlan Ahmadov on a controversial junket to Azerbaijan paid for by the government of Azerbaijan. Neither Delac or Ali have responded to inquiries about the trip to Azerbaijan. I mean, and why would they? Why fucking would they? They can continue saying nothing and just get away with it. Like, what? What do you mean? Ali and Delac have also ignored questions about whether U.S. tax dollars were used to finance Ali's support for Somali arms, munitions, and paramilitary troops. Can I be honest? Right, like, we know the tax dollars were used, but regardless, even if they weren't, he is still an American politician who was funding Somali presidential campaign and paramilitary troops. He should be deported for that alone. What the fuck do you mean? Honesty is racist. Roadkill VT, thank you. Welfare should be state, not federal, and not subsidized. States can't print money and thus incentivize to limit waste, fraud, and abuse. Yeah, but this was state funded. This was the main care that they were talking about. Can I be honest? Depends on how honest. Well, we can't be that honest. Patchouli, thank you. Office of the what? Stop it. Get out of my country. True. The Watchman, thank you. If I had a tinfoil asset and we're using the butter dog, I'd be a baked foxu potato. I am a lovely baked potato. Battleizer. Oh, thank you again. I already read that earlier. He should be deported on the grounds that he lost. We don't accept losers. That's funny. A search of the U.S. Department records for the Foreign Agent Registration Act does not show any indication that Ali ever registered as a foreign agent during the time when he claimed to have raised money in the U.S. for the benefit of Somali paramilitary groups. And once again, why the fuck would he? If he can get away with doing this and all that's going to happen is people write about it in the news, he's never going to get arrested, he's never going to get indicted, he's never going to get jail time, he's never going to have to pay the money back, he's never going to get deported. If none of that happens, if there's no consequences, why the fuck does it matter that he didn't do that? Like, come on, man. If I speak, I will glow. When the main wire began making inquiries to Ali about the Gateway Community Services and his claim to have funded arms deals in Somalia, Ali deleted his personal Facebook page and his LinkedIn account. Not suspicious at all. However, his Dr. Abduali Ali for President, Jubaland State, Somalia Facebook page remains active and continues to document his international exploits, including his March 8th visit to the Saudi embassy in Nairobi, Kenya, and his January 16th meeting with the Pakistani ambassador to Ethiopia, Atif Sharif. Much like I said about that fucking dumb bitch mayor, I can't even remember her name, in LA, and how she went to like some fucking presidential swearing in like some fucking African country. You're a mayor. You're a fucking mayor. Why are you making international trips like that? It doesn't make any fucking sense. As a mayor, you should be focusing on your literal constituents in the middle of the city you're the mayor for. This is why people like Mamdani get elected, because when asked, like, oh, what are you going to focus on? What's your first trip going to be? Everyone's like, of course, Israel. All Americans just want to send infinite money to Israel, don't they? And Mamdani's like, yeah, I'm just going to stay here in New York, actually. Like, it's that fucking easy. It's that fucking easy to get elected. Fun fact, Karen Bass is up against a primary challenge now from a DSA candidate, so it's an old commie versus a young commie. Ah, oh, Jesus Christ. He said, look at me, shut it down now. Here's a picture of a Facebook post in some other language. A Jubaland's November 2024 election. Despite his success moving from refugee to successful owner of a multi-million-dollar services agency, Abduali Ali proved a poor candidate for office in Jubaland. I don't think it's success moving from a refugee to an owner of a multi-million-dollar social services agency, and it's kind of fucking wild that you would phrase it that way when there is abundance evidence that he has just been defrauding both his citizens in America, in Maine, and the government. Like, that's not successful. That is scammy. And like, yeah, sure, it might be a successful scam, but that's why he should be arrested and deported. What do you mean? God hates taxes, thank you. How inconsiderate of this guy. Doesn't he know that funding foreign paramilitary groups is the CIA's job? That's true. He's not going to get deported. He's going to get hired at the CIA. Jesus fucking Christ. Jubaland is a semi-autonomous state located in southern Somali, and the Jubaland Somali army that Ali has helped fund from within the US often works in coordination with the Somali National Army to defend the region from Islamic terrorist groups like Al-Shabaab. So you're fucking telling me that this Somali guy in Maine is using American funding to fund the Somali National Army to fight Al-Shabaab, while American tax dollars in Minnesota are going to Al-Shabaab to fight the Somali National Army. We are literally funding both sides of a random fucking war in Somalia, and it's not even because the CIA is trying to interfere this time. What the fuck is going on? Many such... I'm so fucking sick of my government. I'm so fucking sick of my politicians. Jesus fucking Christ. This is such a circus, man. However, tensions often arise between the central Somali government in Mogadishu and the government of Jubaland over how power should be delegated between the two levels of the federal system, especially when it comes to control over the lucrative port of Kismayo, where Ali was born. The federal government has also clashed with state governments over plans to move to more democratic, one-person, one-vote systems, as opposed to the current system, where only clan elders vote and winning candidates must fund militias in order to claim victory. I'm so fucking tired, chat. Like, how does it just keep getting fucking worse? CIA, no! What? Sorry, force of habit. Yeah, right. Starting to think we need to become an isolationist country. Dio Brando, thank you. Yoda laugh sound. Oh my god. Ham the Third, thank you. It's the Iran-Contra issue all over again. I like, what do you even say to this, man? Massive Doge, thank you. 30 on 30. Just not a big fan of the government, bro. GS Wolfwood, thank you. Never forget that a Somalian immigrant left the Marine Corps to become a Somali warlord. They only have one loyalty, and it ain't to the US. I have a question. How come Somalians are allowed to continue to be politicians and fund both sides of a Somalian civil war, but those two guys in Texas were arrested and are facing charges for trying to take over part of Haiti? I mean, like, if the Somalians can come here and steal our money to fund their civil wars, why can't native Texans try to take over part of a war-torn country? I feel like that would just be their right to do so. Maybe not the sex slaves part. That's kind of fucking weird, all right? But, like, if you want to go to, like, a third world country and become a warlord, why not at this point, right? Like, we're already funding it for non-Americans. We might as well get to participate in the bouncy house, right? Those Texans wanted to rape the women. Yeah, not so keen on the rape. Let's not do that. Let's not rape and have sex slaves. We don't need more human trafficking, but like, if they just want to become a warlord with some banana leaves, why not, right? Why fucking not? I'm so fucking, oh god. How do you even exist? What is real life? Al-Shabaab is such a silly name. It sounds like a shawarma or a kebab. It makes me think of Shibalba from El Dorado. Oh my god. Dim the Lamp, thank you for the swastikas. When you're coming to Israel, Foxu, meet and greet. I don't want to get sucked into the wall if I go to Israel. You know? Al-Shabaab sounds like food. Phoenix DS, thank you. The glowing is so hard to contain with so many articles with commies and other subversives. The Geiger counters will never stop beeping. True. Battleizer, thank you. Kirsche, this all makes sense if your first priorities are not for your own people. The fact that it isn't treason is just as big a crime. Can we start trying people for treason again? Can we, like, I'm tired of politicians, not even the, like, people who are immigrants prioritizing their home nations rather than America, right? But the Americans who get into government and then prioritize other people over Americans. Can we just start trying them for treason at this point? I'm so fucking tired. 'Tis the season. 'Tis the season for treason. Mamunya. Mildly OCD, thank you. You want to take this seriously, but we're talking about a place called fucking Jubaland. It sounds like a racist stereotype for an on-the-nose fantasy race, but it's a real place. Yeah, every time I read Jubaland in this fucking article, I'm just like, why is this real? Why is this our life? Why are you getting news from a cartoon anime fox about how American politicians who immigrated here from Somalia are funding both sides of a Somalian civil war where one of the places is called fucking Jubaland? This is like a Futurama skit. What is happening? It sounds like a theme park for ICP. Oh my god, dude. Jubaland sounds like a good strip club name. Ash Nico boy, thank you for the 2-month member. Good afternoon, Foxy. Couldn't find a woman for a very long time, but now you're 3 dates in and it's looking real good. Thanks for encouraging us all. Hell fucking yeah, brother! Wagyu! Congratulations. I hope it keeps going well. I hope she doesn't reveal on the 5th date that she secretly has a penis. Good luck. Good luck. Congratulations! Cladex, thank you. Somalian immigrants taking jobs from the CIA. Yeah, how's it feel now, Mr. Glowy? How's it feel now that it's your job being taken? sucks. I want a refund. Leos, thank you. Invade and rename it Korshovo. Oh my god. Patchouli, thank you. You glowed hard enough that your ceiling birds are chirping. Classic. You gotta get a handle on your 5G waves, man. Richard Slammer, thank you. Sucked into the wall, you say? This hole was made for me. This hole is mine. That reality is becoming a horror manga and should frighten us all. Wait, I have a question. Hold up. Rewind question. IRL streamers are being incredibly obnoxious everywhere all over the world, right? Like they're being obnoxious in Japan and they're destroying things and they're getting kicked out of restaurants, and like Johnny Somali was arrested in South Korea and hopefully he's gonna serve a decent chunk of jail time there. You know, we've seen a lot of really obnoxious IRL streamers. What if one of them damaged the wall in Israel? In Germany, we had African refugees battling it out in our streets. Might even have been Somalians because they got out of their countries. They of course have to bring it to us. What is that phrase? Import the third world, become the third world? Evil Mandrake, thank you. Fun fact, your actual name is spelled wrong on your birth certificate. From birth, the government has wronged you. Not a big fan of the government. Well, at least it was your name and not your gender. Suggest it to one of them and see what happens. I just feel like if they chipped it, they would just get sucked in like a black hole, right? They would be spirited away. The aftermath, if they were stupid enough to damage the Western Wall, would keep everyone amused for months, right, man? Like, would it be like North Korea tier? Like, what would happen? What would happen? All right, where the fuck did I leave off reading? Leadership in Mogadishu has also questioned the legitimacy of Jubaland's current president, Ahmed Mohamed Madobi, who has been in power since 2013, the year Jubaland was formed. Madobi was supposed to be term limited out last year, hence Ali's campaign for office. But the incumbent candidate rewrote the constitution to allow him to remain in office. It's just that easy. Just rewrite the Constitution. Leading to Jubaland holding 2 separate presidential elections, with the national government questioning the legitimacy of each. Can I ask a question without everyone getting mad? Can I ask a question without Twitter trying to behead me? When you accept immigrants, it's with the expectation that they're going to enrich and contribute to your country. What are Somalians enriching and contributing if we're literally learning that they rewrite their constitution to be able to remain in office and like nobody can figure, like they're holding 2 separate elections? How is that even gonna work without a revolution, man? You can't hold 2 elections and have 2 winners for president without some kind of fighting physically that happens afterwards. What are we doing here? What is happening? Jubba, do it. Oh my god, they don't even have good food. Are they the ones with the mud cookies? I can't even remember, man. We're not even getting Jubbas out of it. Where are the Jubba jobs? To put it into American terms, it would be like Governor Janet Mills rewriting the main constitution to run for a 3rd term and holding her own election, while Sean Moody and Rick Bennett held a separate election. And then President Trump sent in the military, while Bennett and Moody each commanded paramilitary forces of their own. How long until we see that happening in either the Caliphate of Michigan or Minnesota? Which one will be first? Because I bet we're gonna see that before we see the deportations of people who need to be deported. Butterdog, please save us.
The contribution is target practice Kirsche.
What did he mean by this? Quando Bandwi! Thank you for the butterdog! My favorite slur! Thank you. Thank you, Quando Bandwi! It feels so great to be able to say your name correctly again, just as my throat isn't fucking dying. Battleizer, thank you. We're watching a dumpster fire. Bring popcorn. Oh my god. Stop prophesizing, woman, but think of the content. Maybe that's a DM I could send to Asmongold, right? Like I just DM Asmon and be like, okay, hear me out. let's collab when either Michigan or Minnesota start having Somalian warlord-style elections and paramilitary forces clashing after their dual elections have dual winners, all right? Can you think of how much fun that would be as a first collab? Let's fucking go, bald man. Michigan first, call to prayer at 5 a.m. every morning will drive anyone crazy. Ali contested the changes Madobi made in the summer of 2024 that allowed him to run again for the presidency of Jubaland. And in a series of videos posted to social media, he denied the legitimacy of Madobi's apparent victory in the November election. This isn't going to be in English, is it?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Magacayga waa Cabdullaahi Cali. Waxaan ahay musharax madaxweyne.
Why is he allowed to still be somebody who's a politician in the U.S.? Although Ali has spoken positively about his time in Maine and the US, he has joined other Somali refugees in Minnesota and dedicated time and resources to heavy involvement with politics in his native country. He's just here to enrich himself and his country back home. He is not here to be an American or to do anything in America. This is wild. Who would defend this? Why would you defend this? In June, Ali traveled to Minneapolis to hold a political event with Somali politicians from Minnesota, another state that has a large Somali diaspora population, to announce his candidacy for president of Jubaland. Images published to social media as a part of Ali's candidacy show him walking with multiple men dressed in camouflage fatigues and carrying what appear to be AK-47s. Other photos published of his campaign account show what appears to be an armed convoy. You know what's crazy to me? It's crazy to me that people are unironically traveling to Minneapolis to have, like, events with other Somali politicians. Literally unironically using American money to fund things in Somalia while having Somalian government meetings in the US. Our lives are a joke, chat. Ali did not succeed in his Jubaland presidential bid, and his attempts to contest the results of the election were not successful. However, questions remain about exactly how he managed to finance both his political operation, extensive trial, and the arms and soldiers backing his militia. Do they? Do the questions really remain? In addition to legitimacy and broad suffrage, Jubaland's elections also lack campaign finance disclosures. I'm so shocked that dual elections in a place called Jubaland do not have campaign finance disclosures. Really, just surprising. So there's no available record other than Ali's public comments to indicate precisely how his campaign and militia were funded. Ali did not respond to an email asking how he managed to finance his armed paramilitary group. A review of Ali's business records, as well as records related to his associates, suggest a web of businesses and nonprofits that have either failed to take off or operated under the radar. In addition, some businesses operating out of his 501 Forest Avenue location in Portland have connections back to Minnesota. Oh God, Brad, please! Please! Why are we not doing anything about this? In addition to Gateway, Ali has formed several for-profit ventures, including Gateway Communications and Financial Services LLC in 2018, Boundless Media LLC in 2020, Think Delivery LLC in 2018, and La Fio Consulting LLC in 2023. According to federal records, only Gateway Community Services LLC was approved for a $687,500 PPP loan on April 11th, 2020, a loan that was forgiven in February 2021. I am glowing so hard I have channeled the spirit of Saint Terry. Holy fuck. Holy shit. What do you even fucking say about this? Why has nothing been done? Why has nothing been done about this man? This is fucking insane. The federal records indicate that the loan helped save 127 jobs in the all other miscellaneous ambulatory healthcare services, quote unquote, industry. Yeah, I'm sure it fucking did. Similarly, Ali's nonprofit, Gateway Community Services Maine, was approved for a smaller $11,200 PPP loan on May 4th, 2020, which was forgiven in May 2021. The low amount of the loan for the nonprofit is odd, considering the nonprofit arm of Gateway reported paying $527,000 in salaries and wages in 2021. Why do we pay taxes? Why do we pay taxes, and why do we trust anyone in the government to do anything when this is just allowed to happen? And people will just mindlessly defend it because if you don't want foreigners defrauding your government and stealing your money, you're a racist. Like, I don't fucking get it, man. It's not even like a racist thing. I wouldn't care what fucking race he is. This is absolutely absurd that he's been allowed to do this for so fucking long and nothing has happened. Meanwhile, the IRS go for people that owe $2K. I'm so fucking tired. I am glowing. I am positively a shining spotlight right now. Literally doxing my location from how brightly I'm glowing. Think Delivery, LLC, a shipping and courier company, was previously known as Delivery Plus, LLC. Most of these businesses operate out of 501 Forest Ave in Portland. One other business also shares that office address, Language Access Providers, LLC, a translation service provider operated by Abdifada Afra, who also worked for more than 2 years at Gateway. Although Language Access Providers, LLC, boasts of serving the immigrant communities of Maine and beyond since 2017, the company's website lists 3 team members, meet Noif, first name, last name, and first name, last name, suggesting the company either has no team or is yet to complete its team section. This third woman looks like an AI amalgamation of like a mob in a horror game. Like I would just be casually playing like fucking Welcome to Kowloon or some shit. And I'd be walking down a dark hallway, and then one of the residents fucking jumps out to jump scare me, and then her neck crooks like a fucking evil demon. What are we doing here? What is this? How do you not read this shit and get angry? How do you read this shit and be like, oh, only fucking bigots would care about that? Holy fuck, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Look at this smug fucking bitch on the left. Look at her smug fucking face. Oh my god. Looks like she belongs in a Chillizart game. She does, the third one. Foxy was glowing so hard, she's making radio radiation noises. What do you even do? I am so fucking mad. What do you do about this? That's enough foundation to drown a rhino. Oh, but forget the woman on the left. What is that thing on the right? That's what I was talking about, the thing on the right. Maybe I got my directions crossed because I'm a fucking woman and that's why I don't work at the Home Depot. But this thing on the right looks like a Chillizart fucking demon. Like, what is happening? That's not a real person. That's AI. There's no way that's a real person. Winter's Gold Apple, thank you. Admittedly, this is some wild 5D chess for someone from a country. Go to America, become political leader, profit. And I mean, it works. It works. Like, if you were able to just immigrate to America, continue defrauding us, and sending millions of dollars back to your home country to fund your own presidential race and paramilitary group, why fucking wouldn't you? If there's no repercussions and retards will defend you, why wouldn't you do that? Like, it just makes sense. Like, yeah, of course I'm gonna go there and defraud them. It's just that easy. It's just like the women who were like, why would I not make an OnlyFans as soon as I turn 18? That's literal guaranteed hundreds of thousands of dollars. Why wouldn't I do that? You even though it's not guaranteed. We know. We don't need to go down that rabbit hole, but like, it's the same fucking logic. She kind of looks like another dinosaur, like that guy from yesterday. My blood pressure is probably so fucking spiked right now. God damn, I wish I could get fucked after this. Holy shit. I'm so angry, I'm gonna masturbate furiously. Oh my god. Mildly OCD, thank you. You want something to glow about? You haven't gotten your tax return in the past 2 years because you refused to sign up for a thing that requires you to take a physical picture of your state ID. Said they'd send both into the mail, and they haven't! You hate the IRS. Oh my god. Oh my, you mean to tell me you don't know anyone called first name, last name, let alone two? Oh my god, she needs a himbo for I need a himbo for streams like this. So I can just yell off stream, be like, you better be fucking ready when I get off work! You know, like... You need to stop, my heart monitor is warning me of a heart attack! As somebody who's hypertense, please watch your blood pressure. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. When do you think they'll realize democratic revolutions only work if everyone has guns? I don't fucking know, man. Battleizer, thank you. We glow. We also have YouTube censorship. True. True. Oh, man. Patchouli, thank you. Would like to nominate first name, last name for Employee of the Month. We wouldn't be where we are without their efforts. I'm awake now. Help. You yell at work over the shit you hear on the radio or read online. It helps that you're alone. Oh my god. I'm so angry, I'm gonna come so much. That's what you gotta do to get the angy out of your system, man. A winter's gold apple, thank you. I read that already, but thank you again, man. Make sure you delete your stuff on the Hard Gains Discord. What the fuck? Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. I read that already. Okay, we're all caught up. We're all caught up. We're all good. Everything's good. Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. Afa appears to have significant connections back to Minnesota, where he has been involved with other healthcare, transportation, and immigrant services and housing firms. Can I just say how fucking wild it is that when we're connecting fraud to Somalian immigrants being in our government, it all goes back to Minnesota? Like, they're not even talking about, like, specific places in Somalia anymore. They're just like, yeah, they go to Minnesota for more fraud. If I lived in one of these areas, I would glow so fucking hard, I would get banned. Massive Doge, thank you, Kirdad. I'll listen to Kirsche with the sound off. Kirsche, I'm gonna Kirdad. Okay, not today. I think you meant sound on. Psycho, thank you. What the fuck did you just get to? Jesus, Kirsche, go find a man. I'm hard up, brother. Why is ICE so focused on Cali when this is happening? I don't think we have enough ICE agents to have the kind of coverage we actually fucking need. I'm gonna be real with you. Go do your patriotic duty. Join ICE. Get more arrests. They have sign-on bonuses, man. I wanna hear stories of my honorable chatters wrangling illegal migrants and sending them back from whence they came. That's what I want. What you're saying, call the IRS, call HS, call ICE. Elon, we need your Optimus robots. Oh my god. Phoenix DS, thank you. Angie Fox, who noises ASMR. Battleizer, thank you. Now that blood pressure's up. Financial audit time! True. Oh my god. Here's a fucking picture from the lap. Open image in new tab. What does it say? Meet our founder. Language access providers. Look at this fucking guy. Abdi Fattah Afra is the executive director of language access providers known as LAP, bringing a wealth of experience in interpretation, education, and community service. Born in Somalia, raised in Kenya, he made Maine his home in 2010. I bet he did. Abdi Fattah spent approximately 5 years with the Lewiston School Department, contributing significantly to the education sector. With over a decade of experience in interpretation, Abdi Fattah is a licensed interpreter trainer, passionate about facilitating effective communication across linguistic barriers. Yeah, I bet he fucking is! Passionate about facilitating the effective communication about how can I dupe these fucking saps to give me more money to send to Somalia. His commitment to professional development led him to earn a bachelor's degree in mental health and human services from the University of Maine at Augusta. Currently pursuing an MBA at Southern New Hampshire University, Abdi Fattah combines his educational background with practical experience. His extensive work in mental health case management, particularly with immigrant populations, reflects a dedication to enhancing the well-being of diverse communities. Beyond his professional roles, Abdi Fattah is an active community member engaging with various levels of society to foster inclusivity and understanding. His journey from Somalia to Kenya and finally to Maine illustrates a rich tapestry of experience that shape his commitment to effective blah blah blah. I can't read because it's cut off. I need to like fucking I need to like breathe. I'm like heated, man. Don't worry, Pam Bondi is getting the case put together. Fucking Pamela, bro. Why, Pamela? Why? For example, Unity House Living, formed in October 2023 in Minnesota, lists Abdi Fattah J. Afra as a director, but lists a mailing address at 46 Tall Pines Drive, Apartment 4, Lewiston, Maine. Gateway Community Services was awarded a $363,000 grant from the Maine DHHS under their COVID-19 Vaccine Equity Initiative. Gateway was among a multitude of immigrant services nonprofit organizations that received hundreds of thousands of dollars under the initiative. Maine Access Immigrant Network received $181,000. Maine Association for New Americans, $363,000. Maine Immigrant and Refugee Services, $470,300. Maine Immigrants' Rights Coalition, $689,000. New Mainers Public Health Initiative, $330,500. According to the Maine DHHS, the grants were awarded specifically to prioritize agencies that can provide services in languages other than English. Hot take, you shouldn't get any welfare services if you can't speak English in a country where our fucking language is English! State audits show Gateway Community Services overbilled Maine Care. Oh, I'm so shocked! Documents from the Maine Department of Health and Human Services show that under the leadership of Abduali Ali and Decca DeLocke, Gateway Community Services came under scrutiny and underwent multiple audits for significant overbilling of the taxpayer-funded Maine Care program. According to a review of the audit findings, including the case-level overpayment information, many of the improperly billed services included transaction services Gateway couldn't prove were actually provided. Dear Mr. Ali, the Office of Maine Care Services, Program Integrity Unit, Department of Health and Human Services, operates to safeguard against excessive payments and inappropriate utilization for care and services provided under the Maine Care Program. The Program Integrity Unit has concluded a review of your records and billings for services provided to Maine Care members. And this letter conveys the findings pursuant to Chapter 1 of the Maine Care Benefits Manual. Review encompasses this period from 1/1/2017 through 12/31/2018. Imagine how much worse it's gotten. The review contained 20,932 paid claim lines to Gateway Community Services LLC for the above identified time frame. Services provided under Maine Care Benefits Manual, Chapter 1, Section 1, General Administrative Procedures, blah, 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 2016, 2017, 2018. And Chapter 2, Section 13, Targeted Case Management Services, 2014, effective 2016, were reviewed, including... The review encompassed all dates of service between 1/1/17 and 12/31/18. A random sample of 275 claim lines was extracted from the universe of 20,932 claim lines. Program Integrity reviewed the first 244 claim lines out of the 275. Department of Health and Human Services, Office of the Inspector General, Office of the Audit RAT Stats 2010, a random number generator was used to determine this random sample. Because the sample claims were randomly selected, the findings from the sample can be applied to all claims from which the sample was drawn. However, since random samples can be slightly different from one sample to the next, we have discounted the overpayment to allow for this variability. If you find fraud from that sample, should you not then check all of the 20,932 claims, man? We determine the amount overpaid as follows. Find the error rate. This is the percentage of the dollar amount of claims in the sample that failed the review. Apply the same error rate to the universe of claims from which the sample was taken. Then reduce that amount to allow for random sampling fluctuations, such that the recoupment is set to an amount that only has a 5% chance of being less in subsequent samples. For your case, this result is the items that failed the audit total $11,216.08. The total sample claim payments were $31,468.43. Thus, the error rate is 35.64% rounded. 11,216 over 31,468. The error rate is then applied to the total paid for all claims in the universe from which the sample was drawn. $2,536,140.04. This yields a preliminary overpayment amount of $903,938.95. That amount was then adjusted downward until the probability of it being any smaller in subsequent samples is 5%. That adjustment subtracted $127,916.74 for a final overpayment amount of $776,022.21. This also adjusted the final error rate to 30.60% rounded. The documents show that Gateway was cited for overpayments totaling nearly $1.1 million across 2 audit periods, with a third review reducing one of those amounts after appeal. And this was fucking... This was dated in 2022. What the fuck has happened since then? What the fuck has been done about this? You've watched me read articles about bug sounding, rectal prolapse, donkey fucking, and cow dung eating, and this is it? I finally got you. This is the series of articles that makes you physically ill. It should make you physically ill. It's fucking disgusting. Lambie Chop, thank you. You've applied to ICE. You're doing your part. I hope you fucking get accepted. I hope you get that bonus. I hope you help get them the fuck out. Congrats. Good job, Patriot. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Fox, who calm down before you blow a brain gasket. A range day might be in order, or a deeply immersive game or get together with friends to de-stress, or chatter funded spa day may be needed. I do need to schedule the chatter funded spa day from my very much appreciated anniversary gift. Thank you. I still have to schedule that. It'll probably be sometime in January, like I did last year, just because the Christmas season's very, very crazy busy for spas. Seriously, considering running the more you see these articles, you're so sick of Americans being bled dry by foreign entities. It's wild. Steelstorm Gaming, thank you. It's probably a bad time to point out Californian ballots are in English and Spanish. Also, Santa Clara County added a 0.6% sales tax that would go overworked ERs. Or go to overworked ERs. Gee, who could be using those? I'm sorry, California. Texas ballot is also in English and Spanish. Hot take. You shouldn't be able to vote if you can't read English on the ballot. Sir Toasty Boy, thank you. Hello, Fox Lady. Legit might quit your job to join ICE to help remove the people in Minnesota. YouTube wouldn't let you put the actual term. Hold on, wait a minute. Well, yeah, fucking huge bonus. I would love to hear stories if anybody does get hired by ICE. That would be so much fucking fun. They get what they deserve. They refuse to get rid of Governor Moonbeam. I'm sorry, what? Patchouli, thank you. Every time Kier does the goofy radio noises you hear, you're listening to W Fox 690. The more you know, the more you'll glow. You can't make wacky noises in there, man. Imagine we see footage of ICE arrest and someone has a Kirsche patch. That'd be fucking wild. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. I feel like I saw you go halfway into a werefox transformation, then pull yourself back at the last second. Pretty fucking much, man. Shades Dude, thank you. You know, ICE accepts donations, so we can do a donation stream. What would the donations to ICE go to, though, right? Like, can I trust the government donations? You have vision issues, so you don't know if you'd qualify to join ICE?
Raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Do they accept people with glasses? Kataka, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders! Welcome, Raiders. Euthanasia, thank you. Just imagine your poor himbo hiding in the bathroom crying, hearing you yelling in the stream room, and then me coming through the door with an axe. He shouldn't be scared unless I already drained him 14 times the previous night, you know? Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Seems LAP has been dancing around the laws. Dad, where's my cheeseburger? Watchman, thank you. Not himbo territory. You can cook clean. Have a relaxing hot chocolate recipe. Ooh, I love hot chocolate, man. I haven't had it in a hot fucking minute. Funny as that would be, you wouldn't want to draw that kind of attention to the fox lady. Monya. Where am I? Okay, I've caught up. Himbo better eat his Wheaties. True and real. Eat your protein shakes. It's gonna be necessary, man. Let's see here. Where did I stop reading? I think this is where I pick back up. This is just an overcap of the thing I read above. So this is just an overcap of all of those fucking numbers that I just read off already. Gateway State Representative Deka Delac in the Office of New Americans. What is this commie gobbledygook? Rep Delake, herself an immigrant from to the U.S. from Somalia, worked as the Assistant Executive Director of Ali's Gateway Community Services until at least 2023. Can I ask another question? Can I ask another question about how we have all these DEI services about, like, American companies needing to do DEI hiring, but then whenever we find one of these companies that's doing a massive amount of fraud, it's pretty much all of the people from one nation. It's like there's no like Americans working here. Can I ask why they don't have to hire other people outside of their own race? Can I just ask that? Is that something someone could answer, man? Delac was re-elected to her second term representing House District 120 last November and holds a key position on the Maine legislature's Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, responsible for overseeing the state's budget and fiscal policies. Maine's fucked, man. Maine is fucked. You have someone literally committing fraud who's been re-elected to the Financial Affairs Committee. You are fucked. You are absolutely fucked. What is going on in that fucking state? You know what's crazy as well? Maine used to have insanely affordable houses. Like, even before I was considering buying a house, I knew that Maine had crazy affordable houses. You could get like a nice house for like $70,000 in Maine. Just because there's nothing fucking there. There's like, it's just all wilderness and bears. Apologies, by the way. I'm losing my ability to speak. I'm so fucking mad. I'm gonna like start stroking out. Maine has a small penis now. Maine is the whitest state in the union is the problem. I'm pretty sure that's New Hampshire. Unironically. Well, that's bad. How dare you do the noticing. Kirsche, a woman that would be interested in a state that's mostly bears. Please don't mention stroking. What the fuck? A May 2022 Facebook post by Gateway Community Services announced her hiring to the position, stating that Delac would be leading the strategic planning, board engagement, community-wide planning, and partnership building for the organization. It appears as though Delac no longer works at Gateway, as her most recent state legislator income disclosure no longer lists her position at the organization. Delac is also the co-founder of the Portland-based Cross-Cultural Community Services, a DEI consulting nonprofit, and is the vice president of the Maine Immigrants' Rights Coalition, representing a network of over 100 immigrant advocacy groups. Yeah, the Maine Immigrant Rights Coalition. The rights to just steal taxpayer money and send it to different countries. Holy shit. Delac also spearheaded the standalone bill to form Governor Janet Mills' Office of New Americans, the state migrant resettlement office. I can't remember if it was already proposed or if it's the one that Travis said that he was proposing in 2026. But New Hampshire already either has a bill that Travis proposed to get rid of New Hampshire's migrant resettlement office, or it's going to be introduced in the beginning of 2026. So if you're in New Hampshire, pay attention to Travis and vote to get rid of the migrant resettlement office, because why the fuck does that even exist? This is a real civil war, a cold one. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And this is why, like, whenever people are just like, I'm sick of people talking about the culture war. Yeah, I'm sick of you complaining about people trying to actually get their country back to a functioning position. Based Travis. Yeah, absolutely. Although that legislation failed to pass, I'm so shocked. I'm so shocked, man. Actually, no, I am shocked. That's not sarcastic. I am shocked that they fucking didn't get this bill to pass when it was fucking for them and that New American office. Funding for the office was included in the budget passed at the end of the last legislative session. This is the main wire. America Last, a Maine state rep, says her priority is to develop Somalia. Hold on a fucking second. I have to translate Star Wars speak. We Somalis living outside of Somalia must always prioritize our country, Somalia. And think of developing our country. This must be done especially by those Somalis abroad, such as in the US. If you are an immigrant coming to America legally and you want to become an American, you want to live in our country, you want to like enrich yourself and our country by being here, you are more than welcome. There are so many immigrants who have actually contributed to our country and done great things and built great lives. If you're coming to our country and saying you must prioritize your home country and rebuilding your home country from America, you are not here to be an American and you are not here for this country. And you should not be allowed to stay here with that mindset. Nobody's talking about generational tribal and clan beefs being carried over to America. How many gang shootings in Minnesota are actually tribal fights? I mean, I brought that up when we were talking about the Minneapolis mayoral, I think it was mayoral elections, right? Where the Somalian guy lost and him and Ilhan Omar got really fucking mad because of the tribal fighting. And whoever, was it Jacob Frey? The like white guy in the race. He was actually like speaking Somali and exploiting the tribal differences in order to get in as mayor. And it's like, what kind of clown world do you find yourself living in where you're like some fucking weird ass white dude exploiting Somali tribal feuds in order to get elected as mayor? That's fucking crazy. Sargon had a video in which he explained it best. It's not that they don't understand assimilation, it's that they want the land they're moving to be Somalia. Yeah, no, I agree. They're not trying to assimilate, and that's something that a lot of people don't understand. Spartan, thank you. At this point, you're leaning towards not even being for legal immigration with the way they act. It's like, I don't want to become like the kind of person that is like stalwart, hardcore, no legal immigration whatsoever for any reason, because I feel like that would be bad. Being full isolationist would end up being bad. Japan is like the most isolationist country I can think of, and they still allow a degree of immigration, right? Like, before all of the weird commie takeover shit that's been happening recently, Japan still allowed a small amount of immigration if they were going to come to Japan and help enrich Japan and contribute to the country, right? That's why it's like, if you're going to immigrate here, you absolutely should not be getting on fucking welfare. That doesn't make any sense. This place isn't being led by Jabba the Hutt. Arigato Hyro, thank you for the pounds. You joke about Star Wars speak. You were playing Fallen Order earlier and was actually confused as to whether it was the stream or the game. That's fucking funny. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. You wonder what would happen since this goes against the America First principle. Does this fall under treason? What kind of repercussions should happen? They should be deported. Like, I don't think we're ever going to get the money back, even if you convicted these people of fraud. So, like, I just think that's a waste of time. So, just deport. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Is that a state? Is that state a religious PvP server? It seems like it. It seems like it. Japan has high standards for their permanent residency unless you marry a native. And that's the way it should be for every country, honestly. It should be extremely strict on who's immigrating and from where. US needs to have some countries blacklisted. If the majority of people end up immigrating here to just commit fraud and send money back home, then yeah. New American citizenship test. If you can't recite every American football player to live, then you're not American. I'd fail that. I don't know fucking shit about sports ball, man. Delac has previously made headlines for claiming new Americans deserve priority treatment over U.S. veterans. There's that Department of New Americans commie gobbledy fucking gook. Imagine saying the new Americans deserve priority treatment over fucking veterans. Holy shit, dude.
What about the military folks that are getting out of the military and they have to go through all the lines and start all over again, even though they have credentials? So my question, pretty simple. Why would we fast track them
The migrants.
and we won't do it for our own military?
They have the advantage of speaking the language, most of our military folks. So these folks that we really
You can barely speak the language. What do you mean?
working on may not have that. So it's going to be really difficult for them to say, yes, I used to be an electrician in my country. I'm just using mine, which is Somalia. But that might not really fall into our.
There are different standards, like state by state, right? Like some states won't even accept licenses from others. Like if you're a licensed plumber in one state, they might not accept your license in another state, and you'll have to take a test in order to get licensed in that other state, right? That's for like electricians, that's for plumbers, that's for like certain construction jobs, that's for like a lot of manual labor thing. Even real estate has different licenses depending on your state, right? And since each state has different credentials and different standards and whatnot from each other, I somehow don't think an electrician from Somalia is going to have the same standards as like an electrician in Michigan, as an example. Like I'm not exactly sure what she means by this.
Laws that we have in this country.
This is wild. Like she's just saying this like in an actual like community fucking policy meeting. Why has nothing been done? Why has nothing been done here? Ikhlas Ahmed, who was recently appointed by Governor Janet Mills as a policy analyst within the main office of New Americans. Why do we let women have positions of power? What is this woman doing? Was featured as a community health worker for Gateway Community Services in a 2021 testimonial video published by the nonprofit. Ahmed, who resettled in Maine through Catholic charities. Hey, remember all of those Christian and Catholic schools we talked about the other day with all of the massive immigration fraud? Remember that? Remember that? After fleeing the civil war in Sudan in 2005, said in an April 2024 interview that she vows to fight for Sudan with all of her capabilities and advocated against the assimilation of immigrants. What are we fucking doing here? What is fucking happening?
Maine is a predominantly white state.
All right. Okay. All right.
Many of the communities that I have been a part of have been majority white who have lived here in Maine all of their lives. They
just know that this is like the golden ticket to get anything they want. Just like mention how white something is. Why are there so many white people here? Just this is a fucking problem. And it's like, oh, you said the right thing. Let's give you everything. I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Haven't even had to travel anywhere or didn't have to wake up to sounds of gunshots. So it was hard. It was hard living here. It's been hard.
Hold the fucking phone. What?
Maine is a predominantly white state. Many of the communities that I have been a part of have been majority white who have lived here in Maine all of their lives. They haven't even had to travel anywhere or didn't have to wake up to sounds of gunshots. So it was hard. It was hard living here. It's been hard.
It's hard to live around majority white people because you don't have to wake up to the sounds of gunshots. Now call me fucking crazy. Maybe I'm just fucking crazy, but maybe I feel like waking up to the sounds of gunshots is a bad thing. And so if you're living in an area, regardless of majority white people or not, where you don't have to wake up to the sound of gunshots, shouldn't that make living there be better and not hard? What the fuck do you mean? I'm gonna fucking stroke out. I'm gonna fucking stroke out, man. What the fuck? Holy shit.
asking Sudanese people to move here in Maine. I don't particularly feel like I'm more Sudanese or more American. I fight for Sudan in all my capacity. My advice, again, is for anyone who's coming is to hold on to their mother tongue, to hold on to your culture, hold on to your religion, to your beliefs. There's no reason to assimilate.
Yeah, why would you assimilate? America has no culture. Americans aren't even human, really, if you think about it. They're just here to generate money for us to send back home. That's what Americans are for. You know, fuck them. This article is like fucking weapons grade fucking glow shit. How people manage to write this and not need like a psychiatric ward afterwards, I don't even know. I'm so fucking mad. Steve Robinson, who is award-winning filmmaker, editor at the Maine Wire, investigative reporter. This is an investigative reporter. Fucking bless an actual journalist in current year. Holy fucking shit. But like, why is no one talking about this? This only has 40k views, 1.1k like. Why is no one talking about this? I'm taking crazy pills. I'm tired of the circus chat. I want to go home. The stream is your ancestors' racism protecting you. Oh my god. Everyone retweet. These people are only a parasitic draw on our economy. I don't even live in Maine, and I'm fucking livid. I don't even live there, man. Let me fucking, holy fuck. Got suppressed in the algorithm. You think the Lotus Eaters would be fascinated with this article? Holy typies. I made a twat. Speaking of the Lotus Eaters, did I ever get back to them about appearing now that I have my business model? No, but I need to. Rip Maine. Upcoming War and Peace unabridged by Kirsche. Oh my god. As much as you hate that bitch and everything she stands for, that video had a weird-ass cut and you want the raw video. I do want the raw video. But I mean, we watched multiple videos. It's not like anything is that crazy out of context. But I would like raw. I like raw video. It won't make anything she said sound better, but maybe, probably not. It would make her sound as sane as she sounds malicious. To whom it may concern. A gore mail, thank you. In the words of John Kennedy, give me patience, because if you give me strength, I'll need bail money. I'm just aghast. Even like when I unpaused and she was like, "Oh, it's been hard to convince other people from my country to move here, Sudan." It's like, why? Wouldn't it be relaxing to not wake up to the sounds of gunshots? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck do you mean by that? Reverential taxes, thank you for the 20 months. Take a breath, Foxy. I'm dying. I'm actually dying. Seriously, chat, what the hell is happening? This is your country when politicians don't give a single flying fuck about you, the actual citizen. And it is, oh my god. Oh my lord, I don't think I've glowed this hard in a while. T. Fallspark, thank you for the Canucks. This is really reminding you of the book, The Camp of the Saints, a book set in a world where mass migration and virtue signaling destroys the West. Are you sure that's not just real life? You like how she implied the local whites have it too easy and she's trying really hard to make it worse? I just don't understand that mindset. Dude, I feel like lightheaded. I got so angry. Slyzon, thank you. Forget deported. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. If you want the sound of gunshots back in your life, just move to the rural areas. I mean, there's probably plenty of hunters in Maine, but that's not the kind of gunshots she wants, I guess. I don't know. GS Wolfwood, thank you. One of the friendliest and most helpful dudes you knew was a machine operator from Ghana, and even he couldn't stand Somalians. Says a lot about a people when every other African country despises them. Jesus Christ. The only gunshots you want to hear on the range. The sound of gunshots and druggies on the streets are why you're desperate to get out of New York. As a brown guy from New York living in Maine, sounds like paradise. You probably find pretty good paradise in New Hampshire, too, if you're not gonna vote blue, you know? I mean, if you're in my chat, you probably don't vote blue, but... And she just admit to wanting more terror attacks? I don't even know, man. Ghana's one of the good African countries. I just like saying Ghana. It's fun. It's so nice and peaceful here, so please move here so we can screw it all up. She could always move to Lawrence if she misses it that much. True. Leave, thank you for the Canadians. Can wake up to the sounds of gunshots. Can't wake up to the sound of ceiling bird. Got it. Spartan, thank you. As an electrical tech, the stuff transferring between even major countries doesn't make sense. Most of the world uses different electrical standards to the US, different color codes, enclosures, voltages, frequencies, etc. Yeah. Which is why, like, again, that's why I brought up, like, each state even has their own different standards, like, per state, right? So, like, why is she bringing up, like, an electrician in Somalia, like, that has anything to do with being an electrician anywhere in the US? Like, it's not transferable. She'd love Harlem. Oh my god. Remember, Somalia still actively has slave trade from piracy. That's the culture they're attempting to support, one of the only slavery hubs in the world left. Oh my god. To quote a certain Yabbit, the Walmart thing. I don't even know if that's safe to joke about anymore, man. Help, I'm dying. Help. Help. Oh, God, delicious water. Breathe, woman. Sometimes. Sometimes I breathe. Damn, she's dying. The Emerald fucker, thank you. Absolute Delulu. I lost my mind for a second there. Battleizer, thank you. It's not hard to live in an active war zone. Then why are you here? Sly Maverick, thank you. Please have some extra soft and calming head pets and ear scritches, Kirsche. Pet de Kirsche. I wish I had my cat. I'm gonna have to go find the bunker cat and just like smush my face into it later. Your country, you're Brazilian. Politicians being a waste of oxygen and carbon is the standard since November 15th, 1889, when you decided that having a liberal constitutional monarchy was bad and having a military democratic republic secretly ruled by the slave owners who just lost their slaves was better. Brazil. My screeches have woken your dog. I'm sorry, doggo. Ham the Third, thank you. So everyone mentions your nails along with the pole. Wouldn't you like to have the color changer the secretary had in the classic movie Total Recall starring Arnold Schwarzenegger? What? What? War no longer counts as valid for asylum. You can now no longer move to the US and have to go back. That was ahead of its time. I don't know what he's talking about. Chat, she doesn't watch movies. I don't watch movies, and also I can't see polls on YouTube. Music, thank you. Now, when the entire world is nothing but a prisoner's dilemma between ethnic groups, it's clear to me you either side with your group or try for something more, only to be made a fool by those who do. I don't know, man. I don't want to resort to fucking tribal nonsense, but like, I feel like Americans should be able to prioritize American citizens. That doesn't seem like it should be a bad thing. Because like when you say American citizens, that's not even specifying like a race, man. Like there's so many different Americans who are just born here. Remember that even if everything is collapsing and there may not be anything we can realistically do about it at this point, at least we're all here together. That's true. That's a good way to think about it. Thank you, Kirsch's chair towel. These events and circumstances have resulted in all of us being together in this moment. You have to believe that is at least worth it. It is good to glow with you instead of by myself. Voting doesn't matter. You heard her. Waha! Now those are impressions. Twitter counts anyone who scrolled past that. Yeah. Twitter doesn't have like a CCV like the other platforms do. Which is why it's like, I guess, the least prioritized of all my platforms. I don't have mods to like mod the Twitter chat either, so it's kind of like a reminder of, hey, if you see this on Twitter but you want to speak, come to one of the actual stream chats, you know? There's 3 of them. You can choose from 3. Okay. All right. Well, this is nice. This is nice after all of that. This is a nice thing. Let's listen to this guy. Congressman Troy E. Nels, Texas 22 here. An alien living illegally in our country for years doesn't mean they get to stay here forever. It just means they should have been deported sooner. True! My Remove Act requires an illegal alien to be placed in removal proceedings as soon as possible and gets them out at Trump speed.
My Democrat colleagues, let me make this very clear. An alien living illegally in this country for years doesn't mean that alien gets to stay here forever. It just means they should have been deported sooner. Should have been deported sooner. That's what this bill does. The Remove Act states that if you're here illegally, you must be placed in removal proceedings as expeditiously as possible. If you commit a crime that makes you more deportable, you must be placed in removal proceedings as expeditiously as possible. And once those proceedings begin, they must be completed within 15 days. 15. No more hanging out in the United States, committing crimes and taking advantage of public benefits for years while your fake asylum case is pending. No more gaming the system.
Please.
You're an illegal alien.
Please.
Your case is heard quickly, and if you don't have a basis to remain in the United States, you're deported, plain and simple. And that's what this bill does, and it's only common sense. My Democrat colleague.
It is only common sense. Imagine being able to mass deport people in 15 days or less instead of having these dragged out years-long fucking shits. Please, I want it. Thank you for shining a light on the issues in Maine. People don't tend to notice, and nobody listens to us. I am so fucking sorry. I have no idea what the fuck the Maine politicians are doing, but reading that article is just absolute insanity. I thought Minnesota was fucking bad. That's wild what's happening in Maine. I pray that you have at least one sane politician that can fucking do something, because that's ridiculous. Deport them harder, daddy. Spartan, thank you. Based, now actually do it. Yeah, hopefully they actually do this. Because I would like to see that. I would like to see that happen. 15 days or less, please fucking do it. And then let me see, do I still have that thing loaded that was posted in my chat from earlier? No, I don't. I copied something else. There was a thing that was posted in my chat that I said was interesting, and I don't remember what it was. And I was like, hey, I can read that after, but man, I'm surprised I even remembered it. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm surprised I even remembered it after how mad that I just got. Good fucking God. You get family who work in the New York government and told you there's a bunch of illegals with cases pending for 8 years. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me at all. I gave up looking past New York for BS that happens. We forget you're there. Cunning Druger, thank you. It's at least reassuring that you're not the only one crashing out at this shit. You've been enjoying New Hampshire, lived there for almost a year now. Waiting for the snow, though. I want to get back to New England as quickly as I possibly can, man. I don't know what I can do specifically to help, but I would like to get involved locally once I do get back there. And I would like to figure out how I can help keep sane politicians in seats, man. We're all mad together. Thank you, Night of Nights, for that link from earlier. Thank you. What was this? If I speak the pizza delivery of deportation illegally in America will kick you out in 15 days or less, or the citizenry's money back. Imagine. You get involved locally, it's probably time. Yeah. Again, even the tiny butterfly wing flaps can have some kind of an effect. So even if you specifically don't have time to run for like a local seat, find other people that could make some sort of coalition. Find one of you who has the time to run. You know, others of you can do other jobs to like spread the word, get more people involved, get like that candidate spread out, and have people actually voting for them. Come save Massachusetts. We're miserable. Good fucking God. Hello, everyone. Just got home from church and Thanksgiving shopping. What have you missed so far? Angie. You missed Angie. This was the tweet. Secretary Brooke Rollins, a 33rd U.S. Secretary of Agriculture. On my first day at USDA, we told every state to send us their SNAP data so we could make sure illegal immigrants aren't getting benefits meant for American families. 29 states stepped up, 21 blue states refused, and 2 sued us for asking. See, they shouldn't be able to do that. Like, you should be able to ask states, hey, can we see your SNAP benefit data so we know that you're not giving benefits to people here illegally? I feel like if a state sues you for asking this question, you should just be like, right, well, all of your government money's cut off now. Good luck, brother. Guess what? In just the states that cooperated, we've already uncovered massive fraud. The Democrat Party has turned its back on working Americans and built its entire strategy around protecting illegal aliens. Well, I'm glad she's caught up to where the majority of us have known we're at for the last decade or so. They know if the handouts stop, the illegals will go back home, and Democrats will lose 20 plus seats the next census. There's a new sheriff in town. A POTUS will not tolerate waste, fraud, or abuse while hardworking Americans go hungry. And this is from a couple of weeks ago. This is November 2nd. How the fuck is it November 23rd already? Where the fuck is time going? But, man, this is something so many people have been saying for so many years, and even Republicans haven't done enough to roll back benefits being given to illegals. You can't just deport people. You have to have the mass deportations alongside getting rid of incentives to come here and stay here illegally, as well as giving massive fucking fines and even jail time to companies that profit off of hiring illegal immigrants. Every single part of this needs to be working in tandem to stemmy the flow. You can't just do one, you must do all.
Day one of USDA, February 13th, is we sent letters to every governor in America being very clear that no illegal aliens can use SNAP. 0, 0, 0. We asked...
I like what she's saying, but chat, she do look kind of like an alien.
Every state for the first time in history, and this was in February, to send us their data and let us, with Doge and a war room, actually start going through this data to better understand how this explosion of SNAP benefits happened under Joe Biden. We increased almost 40% on this program in just a couple of years under the Biden administration. Of course, we know they were trying to buy the election, but that's a conversation for another time. And since we have asked for that data, 29 states have complied. Of course, almost all the red states, a couple of couple blue states too. But in that data, and I haven't talked about this yet publicly, in that data we've studied about $100 billion in spend. We have found thousands and thousands of illegal use of the EBT card. We have been moving people off of SNAP. We've got almost 700,000 people, I think, we've moved off just since the president took office. We've arrested about 118 people. So this has been ongoing. But Rachel, to your point, what this conversation has allowed is a national spotlight on a broken and corrupt program. We found one guy in 6 different states getting a benefit. We found about 5,000 people that are dead who are still getting benefits. Like, it is time to drastically reform this program so that we can make sure that those who are truly needy, truly vulnerable, are getting what they need, and the rest of the corruption goes away and we can serve the American taxpayer.
Because again, these programs are meant for actual struggling American families. People who genuinely need help are what goes under these kinds of programs. But instead, they have been used fraudulently by gajillions of people, a real number, by the way, for too fucking long. You've said it for the last decade. If a state blocks the federal government enforcing laws, the state should no longer get any federal funding. It's so tiresome how many blocks go up when the feds actually try to do something, and it's like, man, I hate the government, but hey, at least you're doing something for fucking once. You learned that number in elementary school too. Spartan, thank you. Time flies when you're watching the coordinated collapse of the first world by the apathetic political class. I love it. Malcolm Liang, thank you for the join local chambers of commerce. A lot of opportunities for you to affect local development policies. Most memberships cost no more than Disney Plus. I feel like once I'm settled and I'm able to start getting involved locally, I'll probably ask for people in chat to give me ideas, because I'm not exactly the smarter person, chat. So talking to you guys and getting some ideas about what are things that I might be able to do would probably be a good idea. Your one solace is that we aren't nearly as bad as Canada yet. I don't know about that, man. I don't know. Like, we might not have made, but things are pretty fucking bad. Things are pretty dire, man. Your one solace is that we aren't nearly... Oh, I already read that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, I guess to continue on this line of thinking, I guess if you live in, Nashville, good luck here. Afton Ben, the Democrat nominee for the upcoming Tennessee 07 special election, says that she despises Nashville, the city that she's running to represent in Congress.
I've been heavily involved with the Nashville mayoral race because I hate the city, I hate the bachelorettes, I hate the pedal taverns, I hate country music, I hate all of the things that make Nashville apparently an it city to the rest of the country, but I hate it. Yeah, I'm that girl at the airport that all these bachelorettes are giddy walking out in their two-toned colored Pantone pink shirts, and they walk out and I'm like, they're like, oh my god, Nashville is so bad.
They're so loud.
I've been...
She looks kind of demonic, so checks out. Checks out. And I was like, I would like to know a bit more. And she made a tweet sometime later. I don't know if it was like a day later or whatnot, but she made a tweet that says, no, I don't hate the city I represent. The national GOP's new attack that I quote unquote hate Nashville. I've cried in the Country Music Hall of Fame no less than 10 times. What does that have to do with anything? They're panicking because we're close to winning. Eyes on the prize, y'all. Let's go. No, I didn't say that, even though it's recorded. That wasn't really what I thought. Don't believe them. That's a baseless attack. They're racist.
State Representative Afton Bain here, the Democratic nominee for the 7th Congressional Special Election in Tennessee. For those of you just joining in, I often record segments in my Jeep Wrangler called Wranglin' Time. Yes, there is a theme song, and no, I will not be singing it today. But yes, I will bring it back because I know a lot of you miss it, and you've said I sing well. So I look a little rough. I have bags under my eyes because the Republican eye of Sauron has finally shifted towards moi. And I'm sure you've seen the commercial.
Is it really, can you really call it an Eye of Sauron if they didn't misrepresent what you said? They just literally posted the recording of what you said. I don't, like, they didn't even like take it out of context or remove words or add words that weren't there. I don't, what?
I'm sure you've seen the onslaught of ads. And then today, the Republicans decided that they're going to start this narrative that me, the state representative who represents downtown Nashville, doesn't like the city. Now, I always want Nashville to be better, right? I want Nashville to be a place where working people can thrive, right? But sure, I get mad at the Bachelorette sometimes. I get mad at the pedal taverns, right? And you're talking to someone who has cried no less than 10 times in the Country Music Hall of Fame.
I feel like if you cry 10 times going to a Hall of Fame, I'm going to count as a museum, right? If you cry 10 times like that feels kind of disingenuous, don't it? Like, I could understand, like, if you get really emotional maybe the first couple of times, but, like, after that, it seems kind of performative, you know?
The girl that just goes to the Ryman to hang out. No, we're not even going to go there. We are so close to winning this race, which is why these rumors are getting more wild. So I can't wait to see what they come up with next. But y'all,
as a Nashville native, you hate what your city's become. It's parties, fake-ass country music, and the city council consistently defrauding the public. Also, fuck pedal. I don't even know what a pedal tavern is. I'm going to be real with you. Going to the Hall of Fame and crying is fake as hell. How are the Republicans Sauron when Sauron has the orcs? Oh my god.
Please keep doing the work. We had a huge group show up. We are so close to winning this race, which is why these rumors are getting more wild. So I can't wait to see what they come up with next. But y'all, please keep doing the work.
She said the thing. She said the thing! Ring the commie bell!
We had a huge group show up today to canvass in the middle of the afternoon. It was raining, it was wet, and this girl came up to me. She said, your campaign is inspiring so many of us across the state and across the country. Keep it up. And so you know what? I'm going to keep it up. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, which is fighting to make healthcare and life more affordable for Tennesseans. And so I'm not going to take the bait. So let's go.
You can't really say you're not going to take the bait after you make a whole response video and it even took you 30 seconds to get into your response to what you are calling bait. What do you mean? But she took that bait. Yeah. We all heard you say, I hate the city, I hate the bachelorettes, I hate the pedal taverns, I hate country music, I hate all the things that make Nashville, I hate it. But you're telling us you never said it, even though we all heard you say it. Yes, that's what they do. That is what all of them do. Don't believe your lying eyes and your lying ears. Listen to the lying words coming out of my mouth because I tell you what to believe. You already took the bait, you dumb bitch. Oh my God. When the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears, it was their final, most essential command. True. Kinda fucking wild. Imagine trying to lie about something like that, dude. Let's see. We just turned on the camera and started saying things, right? Okay, this actually implicates a New Hampshire, lady. I don't know if it's a Congress lady or what, but we'll get there. This was the Democrats saying, we want to speak directly to members of the military and the intelligence community. The American people need you to stand up for our laws and our Constitution. Don't give up the ship. You know, the Constitution that most Democrats don't give a single fuck about unless they can use it to protect non-Americans.
I'm Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Senator Mark Kelly.
Representative Chris DeLuzio.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander.
Representative Chrissy Houlihan.
Congressman Jason Crow.
I was a captain in the United States Navy.
Former CIA officer.
Former Navy.
Former paratrooper and Army Ranger.
Former intelligence officer.
So wait, we have two glowies in here? We have two glowies in here trying to tell the military to not listen to orders? Huh. Huh, really makes you think how none of these people in this video should be in the positions that they have.
Air Force.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
and the intelligence community
who take risks each day
to keep Americans safe.
We know you are under enormous...
No, you guys do not know what it means to keep Americans safe. None of you know what it means to keep Americans safe because you continuously do and vote for things that make Americans and people who immigrated here to become Americans unsafe. Like, what the fuck?
Enormous stress and pressure right now.
Americans trust their military.
But that trust is at risk.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military.
Can you just imagine the irony for a second here of someone on the left saying Americans trust their military? Well, maybe if these were Republicans saying that, I'd be like, well, yeah, you know, that makes sense. But a Democrat saying Americans trust their military? Ain't no way, brother.
Professionals
against American citizens.
Like us, you all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad,
but from right here at home.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
Like being forced to take the COVID vaccine? How did that work out for the military members who didn't want to be forced to take a vaccine? How about, you know?
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution.
We know this is hard.
And that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
the Army,
or Navy,
the Air Force,
your vigilance is critical.
And know that we have your back.
Because now, more than ever,
the American people need you.
We need you to stand up for our laws,
our Constitution,
and who we are as Americans. Don't give up.
Don't give up.
Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
If I called them the slur that I want to call them, I would be immediately removed from every kind of facet of society. You have this bookmarked for when they start bitching about January 6th again. True and real. And after this, a bunch of them came out with more videos. This is one of the guys from the video. Said, the President of the United States just called for my arrest and execution. In these moments, fear is contagious, but so is courage. I don't know what Trump tweeted out. I can't remember. If somebody has the tweet on hand, that'd be great. I'm pretty sure he said something like something for treason is execution or some shit, right? Freaking moron. It was a sedition thing. I'm pretty sure he said something about like the fucking penalty for treason is execution. Something like that. If one of my mods has the tweet, I could bring it up so we have the exact words. Maddie P, thank you. Let me copy this. Let me copy here. I'm gonna throw this into the browser. I throw this into here. So it says Donald Trump, seditious behavior punishable by death. And then he retweeted someone saying, hang them, George Washington would. And they expect us, I guess, to care about this being tweeted out when they have had their politicians calling for violence and death for how long now? Remember back in 2020, we need to give these people space to destroy? About when you elect Jay Jones and whatever the fuck that governor's stupid ass name is, who literally want to kill Republicans, I don't really care if the president says punishment for sedition is death. I don't really care. Why should I care at this point? Charlie Kirk who? Right? Exactly.
This morning, President Donald Trump threatened to have me arrested and executed simply for reminding our service members of their oaths to follow the Constitution and to defend the rule of law.
Why are they upset? They
I've
called for
taken
his
many
execution
oaths
for
throughout my
treason
life.
plenty of times.
As a
Imagine.
combat veteran, a paratrooper, an Army Ranger, and now as a member of Congress. That is a lifetime oath for me. I will never stop defending it and upholding that sacred obligation. It's very telling that President Trump and those around him think it's criminal simply for asking people to follow the law.
Simply for asking people to follow the law. What illegal orders? And you know what's really funny when you say that? Simply following the law? When we ask you fucking crazy ass politicians to enact the law and get rid of criminals, get criminals off the street, get criminals out of our country, you whine and cry and throw a tantrum and do everything you possibly can to protect the criminals over the actual fucking citizens. So what the fuck are we doing here?
This moment requires moral clarity. Every American, regardless of your background, should unite and reject his calls for political violence. This is a moment that requires leadership. I intend to uphold my obligation, my oath, and to lead. Don't give up the ship. This morning,
JD Vance tweeted about this a few hours ago. Can we get that Vance tweet? We have an update? We have an update on things I wanted to talk about 3 days ago? Let's fucking go! Where's the JD Vance tweet? He can't because he's lying. I am so sick of the lying and the retards that fall for the lying and the retards that are just like, I don't want to have to care. I'm tired. And the 6 of them cannot answer what laws they're referring to that are being ordered of the military that are in violation of the Constitution. Beep, 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 boop, 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 doop, 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 boop, 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 boop. Thank you, Ziz. Massive Doge, thank you. This reminds you of when
Is it
whining...
just me, or does this man genuinely have the parody nerd voice?
What is the parody nerd voice? I don't know. I'm still in a heightened state of anger, so maybe I'm just not picking up on tropes right now. Mr. Walla Walla Bing Bang, thank you, my guy. Thank you. Maybe other people heard the nerd voice. Massive Doge, thank you. This reminds you of when whining legionnaires often cause rebellion to new Roman emperors. Maybe we're looping. It feels like a sad loop. Sudafed, thank you. Jason Crow is a tool who cares more about illegal aliens than for American vets. He also brags about being an Army Ranger, but hid like a bitch behind women on January 6th. That doesn't surprise me. He looks like someone who would hide behind women. Not a real man. Fox, who's too mad to be racist. What the heck? Battleizer, thank you. The obligatory, it's capital D different when we do it. Yep. God Hates Taxes, thank you. The irony of Dems talking about defending the Constitution will never be lost. Disingenuous liars, the lot of them. I'm very tired of it. Dio Brando, thank you for the pounds. Razorfist dislikes Mark Kelly and his ears. and his ears? And my ex! Political violence like New York changing laws, making it retroactive, and having the judge give incorrect jury instructions just to get Trump convicted of felonies? Imagine. But this tweet, thank you for bringing up JD Vance. Vance saying, if the president hasn't issued illegal orders, members of Congress telling the military to defy the president is by definition illegal. And he's responding to a tweet that says, Alyssa Slotkin admits Democrats lied about President Trump issuing illegal orders to the military. Does it matter if she admits that she lied? Because people are going to continue parodying it anyway. And by parodying it, I meant parroting it. I'm just kind of retarded right now. I have angered myself into a stupor.
So let's talk right now. Do you believe President Trump has issued any illegal orders?
To my knowledge, I am not aware of things that are illegal, but certainly there are some legal gymnastics that are going on with these Caribbean strikes and everything related to Venezuela.
So let's talk.
I want more drone strikes on drug trafficker boats. I don't know what you mean, lady. I don't know what says the glow. They feel illegal. Typical woman. Why is she not being recalled? She should not be in a position of power after that. It's international water and they're criminals, 100% legal. The Watchman, thank you. He just stated that the penalty was potentially death, coming from these guys who use vague statements and Tweedledee and Tweedledum calls to action. It is richer than a Saudi oil prince to hear them whinge and moan. Very much so. Very much so. Ollie Wally, thank you. Yes, stop following illegal orders. I agree. Orders like stop killing terrorists, ignore cartels, and be a victim, not a victor. Exactly. I do not wish to be a victim. GS Wolfwood, thank you. Remember the Got Your Six campaign years back? You do. This reeks of the same BS from the same walking crap sacks. No, I don't remember the Got Your Six campaign. Military is saying they're drug boats, so they must not be American since they don't trust the word of the military. That's funny. As a Brazilian, please bomb drug traffickers in Venezuela. Does JD Vance understand that unfortunately he's made a minor spelling error and as a result his argument is wrong? Oh my god. I really hope he runs next election. That'll be an interesting running mate. Trump should expand the strike range for all of South America just against Venezuela's outrageous and unfair.
Spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Mr. Bigglesworth, thank you. Gotta take a second to step out after that video. You're getting to the point of Arnaud Malric in 1209. That's a place no one should be at. Yeah. You remember when Obama made it so all military-age males were classified as combatants when you were deployed? It made it so all the State Department drone strikes had low civilian casualties, even though civilians were killed. Politicians said nothing because it was what Obama wanted. Imagine. When you were in JROTC in high school, you were taught that treason and sedition were punishable by death during wartime. Otherwise, it was life imprisonment. Either or. No, him saying them is correct. He's referring to them members of Congress. Using the special vernacular. There's some kind of talk online recently about the governor of Florida thinking the Republican Party doesn't stand a chance the next presidential election and wants to just put J.D. Vance through the grinder so that the governor could run and possibly win in 2032. That doesn't make any sense. I feel like him and Ron DeSantis should work together, should they not? I am not you, thank you. Trump says the penalty for sedition is death. Democrats say he is saying they should be executed. What a curious thing to confess. It's a very interesting thing. Very interesting if you think about it. It's a risky gambit for DeSantis, but okay. Yeah, I think DeSantis should work together with Vance, man. It was still a funny comment. Spartan, thank you. Obama drone strikes U.S. citizens. Silence. Trump drone strikes drug dealers. Much complaining. Again, like, if you're paying attention, you should very much understand that the entire Democratic Party and a good chunk of the Republican Party just do not give a single fuck about Americans. ARM 51-4VE, thank you. When someone has taken the oath, it means we don't wave it around like a flag. These assholes make us who took the oath to heart have a bad name. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry, dude. When you signed your enlistment contract, it literally said on the contract that treason and sedition during time of war can get you the death penalty. Well, unfortunately, our war is cold and most people refuse to believe we're even in one. Cream Monarch, thank you. Advocating for sedition because you have Trump derangement syndrome is a crazy commitment that deserves a third Trump term. Oh my god. You heard rumor Ted Cruz wants to run? Look, man, I like wide Ted Cruz, but I don't know if I would vote for a Ted Cruz. And then continuing on what these weird-ass people in that video said, Maggie Goodlander had a response as well. She said, 162 years ago today, President Abraham Lincoln delivered the Gettysburg Address. In less than 300 words, he pointed the way for us to honor the patriots who have given their lives to America by redictating ourselves to the American idea of government of the people, by the people, and for the people. That's what I'm working for here in Congress. Yeah, I just don't believe you. I think people like you are working against the people and against the people's interest in order to prioritize foreign interests and criminals for whatever fucking brain-damaged reason you do.
I'm here in the Capitol just getting ready to head to the floor to vote, and I'm remembering that today, 162 years ago today, marks one of the most extraordinary speeches ever delivered in the history of our country by the one and only Abraham Lincoln. He went to Gettysburg, where he was dedicating America's first ever veteran cemetery. And there he reminded us who we are as Americans, a nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the basic proposition that we're all created equal. He reminded us that the way to honor those who have given the last full measure of devotion, who have given their lives so that our nation might live, is to rededicate ourselves to the basic principle of a government of, by, and for the people. And today, and every day in the day ahead, that is exactly what I'm working towards here in Congress.
Yeah, I just don't believe you in any way, shape, or form. I don't know who's running against this woman for when the state elections are, but hopefully whoever's running against her ends up winning, because holy fuck. My right ear loved that speech. I felt like I was being talked down to by a kindergarten teacher. Penitent Lizard, thank you. She said, Marx, she's a communist. I don't know if it works that way. Lily Tang Williams is the one running against her. I like Lily Tang Williams. She didn't use any fancy names for years. She doesn't care. What? Glad people these days are realizing Lincoln was a dick. The chick makes you glow. How dare she use that? It continues. It continues. Nom nom nom. This guy, Adam Sexton, said, in a one-on-one at a WMUR9 interview, Maggie Goodlander explains her decision to participate in a video with fellow veterans serving in Congress and the U.S. Senate, encouraging active duty service members to refuse illegal orders.
I swore an oath to protect and defend this Constitution many times in my life, including when I served in the United States Navy Reserve. And we're living in a moment when our service members need to know that members of Congress have their back. And that's why I've joined together with my colleagues here in Congress to deliver a clear message that is a message
she was a fucking
in
reservist.
Our Constitution,
I like how you said that.
Of our country, and a deep belief in our service members who are so critical to who we are as Americans and to the safety of our country.
What do you say to other veterans who contend that you are putting service members at risk here, perhaps encouraging them to disobey orders?
I am absolutely not encouraging anyone to do anything other than to follow the law. And our laws are clear that you obey lawful orders and you do not obey unlawful orders.
Did you know that people die when they are killed?
We're just at the State House here talking to the Senate president. She's outraged by this video. She is now calling on you to resign over this. What's your response to that?
Adam, what I'm talking about here is a core constitutional principle. You take an oath to a constitution.
She's still attractive even though she's a Democrat. That's how they get ya. That's how they trap ya. Don't get pulled in by the Venus flytrap, my dude.
You don't take an oath to an individual president. I'm working around the clock to support and defend this Constitution and to stand up for our service members. And part of that responsibility means asking hard questions of our Secretary of Defense. And when I asked him what I thought was a very simple question about abiding by a decision of the United States Supreme Court, it was a stunning an extremely disturbing set of answers that we got when he's been asked basic questions about whether he would issue unlawful orders, such as the kind of orders that past secretaries of defense, including secretaries of defense who have served under President Trump, refused to obey. We haven't seen that same kind of commitment to the Constitution. What we see is a trend of commitment to an individual president, and that is not what our country is about.
What? For the majority of what I've been watching, the majority of, like, people, both on the left and the right, have worked to, like, stop Trump from doing things at every turn. I have no idea what reality she's living in. Name any one of them. Battleizer, thank you. Which side were the Dems on during that event? Please remind me. True. Patchouli, thank you. Lincoln also jailed the entire Maryland legislature in 1861, so I don't think he should be the example you use. Oh my god. The Communist Party of America in 1938 had a giant effigy of Lincoln at their convention. Make of that what you will. What the fuck? Lily Tang. Yeah, I was going to read Lily Tang's response in a second. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Lincoln also had squads of bandits employed by the Union to follow behind the Union armies to exterminate civilians. That was their specific purpose. He was actually, like, a really horrible person. What the fuck? I am not you, thank you. Ironically, Lincoln violated the Constitution repeatedly by her own words. The Army of the Potomac would have marched on Washington. Jesus Christ. Didn't Razor Fist have, like, a really good video on Lincoln people keep talking about? No. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. You hate when Democrats try to co-op America first? It's because everyone who's been paying attention knows they don't actually give a shit. But unfortunately, the most common voter is the low information voter. God hates taxes, thank you. She sounds like the TTS voice used for young children or Cheems. Cheems ball! I miss my Cheems ball! They all have the same, if I say it with enough emotion and keep my eyes wide open, then everyone will take me at my word. Energy that 5-year-olds have, yes. Very much yes, unfortunately. Cryorm, thank you. You know what we call people like this? Oath breakers. Interesting. Why do they get such a cool name for such a shitty thing? AJ the Groundhog, thank you. The chatter who called her attractive. Sir, get your eyes checked. She's mid. A lot of that sounds made up by angry neo-Confederates unless they have a source. I have no idea, man. Ollie Wally, thank you. And Lincoln was gay. Watch American Dad. Lily Tang responded to Maggie Goodlander being batshit crazy by saying Goodlander could not list one specific illegal order. Her partisan rhetoric puts doubt and division into our soldiers. As a mother of 2 veteran sons, I can't imagine how military families would feel if their children were placed in harm's way with leadership like this. Which true and fucking real. It's the name of a weapon in an RPG. What the heck? In Warhammer Fantasy, Oathbreaker is the worst thing a dwarf can call you. Don't make the dwarves angry. She's a New Jersey 7. And it, let's see, did I have any more tabs on what these weird people were saying? I thought there might be one more, but it's not in order. But I do not know where it would be in my tabs, because they are all a fucky-wucky bundles right now. A little fucky-wucky. And, I guess since we're on the topic of fraud, let's just keep going. We're past the point where we should have and could have stopped, so let's just keep going and see what happens. Kash Patel tweeted out, or retweeted this thing that says, breaking, DOJ charges Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilius McCormick, D. Florida, with stealing $5 million in FEMA funds, laundering the proceeds, and then using the money to support her 2021 congressional campaign. She faces up to 53 years in prison if convicted. Just give her all 53. I don't fucking care anymore. According to the indictment, the DOJ says Sherfilius McCormick, 46, and her brother Edwin Sherfilius, 51, both of Miramar, worked through their family healthcare company on a FEMA-funded COVID-19 vaccination staffing contract in 2021. In July 2021, the company received an overpayment of $5 million in FEMA funds. The indictment alleges that the defendants conspired to steal that $5 million and routed it through multiple accounts to disguise its source. Prosecutors allege that a substantial portion of the misappropriated funds was used as a candidate contribution to the Sherphilius McCormick's 2021 congressional campaign, and for the personal benefit of the defendants. Yeah! Buy large mansions!
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Cataclystia, thank you. To the handler who requested satellite blackout of state redacted. Unfortunately, your request was denied. You forgot to sign line 2A on page 4 of the requisitions form. What did he mean by this? +1 more to the COVID fraud. At this point, I'm feeling like COVID was literally just fraud in and of itself. Like, everything coming out of that has just been fraudulent. Lambie Chop, thank you. Should def watch Razor Fist's Lincoln Deep Dive. And ammonia. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Lincoln also did not free any northern slaves with the Emancipation Proclamation. He only finally freed them due to Cassius Clay's prodding. He is a real hero and badass. Fucking Supply always hated you assholes when I was in. The indictment also charges Sherphilius McCormick and her 2021 tax preparer, David Spencer, 41 of Davie, with conspiring to file a false federal tax return. According to the indictment, they falsely claimed political spending and other personal expenses as business deductions and inflated charitable contributions in order to reduce her tax obligations. Imagine. This person said, I always wonder what the internal dialogue is when people in positions of power make these unethical decisions. Do you feel justified when doing this? Do you believe that you would maintain power indefinitely? Their internal dialogue is probably like, does it even fucking matter? I can do this and get away with it, and even if I get caught, nothing will happen to me. There's literally been no repercussions for any kind of fraud for so fucking long that it isn't surprising that so many people do it. It's just like a no-brainer. If you can keep getting away with it, why would anyone stop? Ollie Wally, thank you. No new ruling, stealing FEMA money. Remove FEMers! The Watchman, thank you. Late super, cause filter, but those popped rubber chuds should have been gulped. What is a popped rubber chud? What? Yeah, I'm confused. Until it doesn't, reaping and sowing, eventually justice always comes knocking. I want to believe that. I want to believe that, but it has been decades of unchecked commie gobbledygook and fraud everywhere. Like DEI by any other name has been a thing for way too fucking long. It's that Midwestern slang, condom dodgers. Oh! Oh, that makes sense. Thank you for translating, chat. The chatter's saying broken condom. I have angied myself into a headache on this day, dear chat. And Kash Patel quote retweeted this saying, this individual and her family allegedly stole money from FEMA and then laundered it through friends toward her own personal benefits, including her campaign accounts. Today, the FBI and partners at the Justice Department took action. No one is above the law. She didn't steal enough to be pardoned. Oh my god. And then we had another tweet about this. Democrat Rep. Sheila Sherphilius says she was indicted for stealing $5 million from FEMA because she's black. I didn't realize being black gave you the right to steal millions in disaster relief funds meant for devastated families. This guy said the race card never fails. She's going to have to face a jury of people whose community that money was supposed to go to. I'd imagine the race card isn't going to work very well in Florida. I hope she's cooked. I hope she's... Imagine stealing $5 million in disaster relief and trying to play the fucking race card. The audacity of this bitch. What? Where's the fucking volume on this? I have my volume literally maxed. KB, KB, can I ask for your assistance in finding a clip of this, possibly on the YouTubes, because this is literally fucking inaudible. I cranked my volume to 100% and I can't hear it still. It's cool, I didn't want to hear the harpy anyway. We have to hear the harpy, because if we don't hear her saying this dumb shit, you know people are gonna be like, that's racist. We should live near there. You'd call... Oh, God. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Genuinely pisses you off that traitor politicians will be arrested, but you get charged with tax fraud if you buy your car from a no sales tax state. Imagine. Patchouli, thank you. She's from Broward County and stole and laundered money. She stole Frederica Wilson's entire bit. All she needs is the rhinestone cowboy hat to match. Holy shit. Isn't the sound on the bottom right? Yeah, I put my PC volume to 100%. The video volume's already at 100, man. You know, some retard on the jury is going to be so hard up he thinks he could get a little if he says not guilty. Fucking probably. Racial character assassination is a standard operating procedure for the murdercrats and the Marxists. Considering they elected Obama and hoped it would work VP Harris. I don't know what you mean by that. Zippy DSM Lee FreeTube. What a name, thank you. Not gonna lie, Trump reminds you of Lincoln. In what way? There should be a browser extension you can get to raise the volume. I don't think it works on Twitter. I have the browser extension that ups the volume on YouTube, which is why I asked if KB could find one on YouTube so I could play the clip there. The clip there. You thought this was a super mayor? I mean... Spartan, thank you. In before charges drop because the judicial is compromised. I wouldn't be surprised. I hope they're not. And I hope she gets fucking crazy-ass jail time because she deserves it. Battleizer, thank you. It's either justice by law or by boogaloo in the end. One is going to happen and you hope for the former. I also hope for the former. KB posted it in YouTube chat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I missed it, KB. Your name is colored in Twitch chat, so I can see you better there. I can see you better there. Let me bring up the clippu. This is the second time a Miramar mayoral candidate gets busted for fraud this year. If you had 2 nickels, imagine. Hold on, the video doesn't want to play. It's angy. It's an angy video.
Hi.
Any thoughts on the indictment, please?
Well, it's an unjust indictment, and it seems like these intimidation tactics have been pervasive. We spent all week seeing different members getting censured, all in hopes of intimidating and kind of distracting from the Epstein files. And I look forward to my day in court so I can...
Don't pay attention to me stealing $5 million in disaster relief funds. What about the Epstein files? I hate how the Epstein files have become like a distraction tool of like, well, we don't have the files yet, so you should never care about anything else and never pay attention to anything else because where them files at, you should only focus on that. It's like, yes, yeah, I'd love more information. Well, we like that, but you can focus on multiple things, man. Shut the fuck up.
Prove myself and actually state the truth. But if this is what Congress is becoming, where they're always trying to intimidate you, scare tactics, especially attacking minorities, black and brown people, then we're going to have to keep fighting for the district. And everybody has been giving me so much...
How dare you notice I have embezzled $5 million in funds? I'm black. You can't do that. This fucking woman.
Support, and we're going to keep fighting until the district gets what it needs, which is fair prices, housing, and fair representation of Congress.
Did you improperly use the FEMA
calls
funds?
to some of your colleagues to step down or resign?
They didn't elect me. It was my district, and so we'll keep fighting for the people and keep working like we're doing now.
And keep fighting for the people by stealing their fucking money.
Until they get what they need. So we're here for the people. So the only people who elected me should make that decision. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You know, I agree with that, chat. She do remind me of the Super Mayor. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Is it a stereotype or politicians that fit her description embezzle lots of money yet? Why do we keep electing women? Ollie Wally, thank you. That pendant is Cartier. It's tons of money. Pave setting with diamonds. Jesus Christ. Spartan D63, thank you. It's like they think we're the sub-room temp IQ invaders who can only focus on one thing at a time. Again, unfortunately for the majority of us in this chat right now, Low information voters are the majority everywhere else. I had to embezzle all that money. It was for the people. Battleizer, thank you. Epstein files. Friendly fire will not be tolerated.
Hi.
Did they just replay the clip twice for some reason?
Thoughts on the indictment, please.
Well, it's an unjust indictment.
They did. Why did they make the clip double the fuck up? New York Post? Why are you like this? If I steal pens and staplers, I get fired. They steal $5 million and get a slap on the wrist. Yep. Here comes the Epstein along with the race card. I'm so fucking tired, brother. And then, this guy. Sonic Extreme, thank you. Yes, the people, also known as the useful tool. So this guy, Congressman Greg Staubbe, representing Florida's Suncoast FL17, he said, tomorrow morning I will be filing a privileged motion to censor Rep. Cherphilius McCormick and remove her from all committees. This is one of the most egregious abuses of public trust I've ever seen. Stealing $5 million in taxpayer disaster funds from FEMA, of all places, is beyond indefensible. Millions of Floridians have relied on FEMA after devastating hurricanes, and that money was supposed to help real disaster victims. Once the
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Once the House Ethics concludes their investigation, or she is formally convicted, rest assured I will move to expel her from Congress. And I feel like that shouldn't take a long time. You should be able to expel her expeditiously. It is ridiculous if she gets to keep on serving. Like, absolutely asininely crazy. But also, maybe one of the things you could get people to understand is that you could be like, guys, FEMA were the people who declined to give any kind of aid to Trump supporters. Therefore, FEMA good. Therefore, her taking money from FEMA that denied money to Trump supporters means she actually is supporting the Trump supporters. Why would you vote for someone like that? Maybe you have to play that, like, 7-dimensional retard chess underwater in order to get people to understand how bad this is. It shouldn't, but Dems will block it and the GOP will slow walk it. I'm so fucking tired, dude. Ham the Third, thank you. But the Epstein files. Ollie Wally, thank you. The pendant is upwards of $35,000. That's crazy work, man. Your tax dollars probably went to paying for that if you live in Broward County. You can be expelled and convicted, but how do we get that money back? Would you be able to, like, liquidate her assets to get the money back? I don't even know. Patchouli, thank you. Your glasses are thick, but holy shit, she got some binoculars on her. Oh, man. That's worth more than your entire existence. Oh, no. You're so tired of the GOP high-roading the Dems on everything? Yep. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. But Kirsche, Josh Stein said FEMA good. And then Congressman Staub here posted this on November 19th. And then on November 20th, he was like, on second thought, I've decided to skip censure and move straight to expulsion. Defrauding the federal government and disaster victims of $5 million is an automatic disqualifier from serving in elected office. As it should be. It shouldn't take like 1 million resolutions and like 75 million public employee hours to get rid of someone who stole $5 million. Cherphilius McCormick needs to be swiftly removed from the House before she can inflict any more harm on Congress, her district, and the state of Florida. I'll be filing the resolution today. If she refuses to resign and save Congress the embarrassment of having to expel her, I will bring this resolution to the floor for a vote. And I don't know how long. How sure are we that expulsion is the right call before the full investigation wraps up? Unless this guy is calling for her to, like, be jailed for even longer than the 50 whatever years, or he's calling for something even more severe, I don't want to fucking hear it. This is 4 pages. The resolution providing for the expulsion of Representative Sheila Cherphilius McCormick from the U.S. House of Reps, which, like, I would love to see this go through. I would love to see it go through, but who knows where it even is at this moment? Who knows what's even happening, man? She won't resign. In her mind, she did nothing wrong. She fully believes the money belongs to her and she can do whatever she wants with it. Oh, no, I agree with you. I agree. Think bigger. She took FEMA money. That's Fed bucks. Your money helped pay for that pendant. True. True, that's a good point. Bitch steals $5 million and nothing is happening. Meanwhile, a volunteer who flew their helicopter to save lives after Helene got more shit. Yep. Before the investigation is wrapped up, but the $5 million was already proven missing and laundered. Yep. When are they going to expel the Congressman Omar for marrying her own brother to get him into the country? Also a great question. I would love to see that happen. Are there federal criminal charges against her yet? Let's look up her name. Let's go see. It's 3 days ago. Trophilius McCormick faces expulsion threat over indictment. So she has an indictment, but I don't think anything's happened after that. You have no idea if I have a specific financial audit queued to be able to tell me if there's enough time or not, but it's 7 p.m. They're all over an hour, so I no longer have time to watch financial audit. That's okay. Maybe I could watch a financial audit on Tuesday. I got so fucking angry today, man. Okay. 2 days ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 3 days ago. So I think the most recent thing is 2 days ago, unfortunately. 1 hour of financial audit is 5 hours of Kier content. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I make it like basically 3 hours if I watch one of those. It says, following indictment, Florida Dem escapes expulsion vote, at least for a time. Sheila Trophilius McCormick has escaped an expulsion vote for now. The Florida Democrat was indicted by the Justice Department on Wednesday evening on charges of stealing emergency disaster funding to enrich her family and underwrite her campaign. Trophilius McCormick has denied the charges, I mean, of course, but that did nothing to discourage Rep. Greg Staub, we read that, a fellow Floridian, from introducing a resolution to eject her from Congress. Hours later, Staub's office said he would give McCormick an adequate window of time to resign from Congress on her own before moving to force a vote. In an interview with Politico, he put a finer point on the timeline, saying the window would close after the House Ethics Committee, which has been investigating Trophilius McCormick for years, releases its findings. If they've already been investigating her for years, how soon are they releasing their findings is my question here, Mr. McMahons. Why would you back off? This is why people start hating Republicans, because you make a good show of I'm going to do thing, and then you don't make a show while saying, actually, I'm not really going to do thing quite yet. I'm gonna wait for a very long time, and then maybe if it's a good time, I'll do thing, but like maybe that good time never happens. The strategy mirrors the process that followed the indictment of former Rep. George Santos, Republican New York, who remained in Congress for months after the charges were filed, only to be expelled by lawmakers in both parties in late 2023 after the Ethics Committee had unveiled a damning report. He also should have been removed immediately. But like, for months, man? You let them stay there for months? Again, I'm reminded of that article we read about the Supreme Court Justice in New Hampshire, who people voted to give back her fucking license or whatever, and she's going to finish out her term, even though she said, pinky swear, guys, I'm not actually going to bench any cases. Like, why did she get her shit back after trying to influence a fucking case for her husband? Like, everything everywhere is just corrupt, and I'm tired of it. But Julie, thank you. Keep in your mind they ejected George Santos for less. If Trophilius McCormick does not resign by the time the Ethics Committee releases its report detailing their investigation, then I'll move forward. The head-snapping developments mean that the long list of resolutions rebuking lawmakers for questionable behavior that came to the House floor over the last 2 days won't get longer, at least not this week. It also highlights the tensions that have captured the lower chamber, where partisan bickering is off the charts, and some lawmakers are now pushing for reforms to make it tougher for lawmakers to discipline their colleagues. There's already nearly next to no fucking punishment for people committing fraud. And they want to make it more difficult to bring charges? Are you kidding me? The tree thirsts. Yeah. Terphilius McCormick has long been a subject of an ethics investigation into her campaign finances, but that saga escalated exponentially on Wednesday evening when the Justice Department indicted her on charges that she funneled a mistaken $5 million payment from federal disaster funds through a family-owned healthcare company to enrich family members and friends. She also used the money to fund her 2021 congressional campaign, the indictment charges. Terphilius McCormick has strongly denied the charges, and her office issued a statement on Thursday, slamming the Trump administration for pursuing them. What are all of these people going to do when Trump is no longer in office and they don't have someone that they can scapegoat to, like, an army of reeing retards? Oops, I sent $5 million to my family who gave it back to me. Oops. Ever have a mistaken $5 million just appear in your account and kill us? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Like, for all of, like, the inaction and for more that I wish would be happening from Trump and his cabinet, if I didn't vote for him, I shudder to think what would be happening right now with Democrats having control of everything. And I shudder to think if we manage to lose the next presidential election, because, all of these Republicans being like, but if we do things, think of how Democrats will use it against us. Yeah, I don't really care, because they're going to do way worse regardless of what you do. Spartan, thank you. Casual reminder, swamps are full of thirsty trees. She said, this is an unjust, baseless, sham indictment, and I am innocent, the statement read. The timing alone is curious and clearly meant to distract from far more pressing national issues. I hate this woman. From day one, I have fully cooperated with every lawful request, and I will continue to do so until this matter is resolved. Staub wasted no time responding to the indictment by promising to force a censure resolution to the floor. A day later, he heightened the stakes by introducing his expulsion resolution. We read his tweet already. Democrats have rallied behind Terphilius McCormick, of course, not in defense of the alleged crimes, but to emphasize that she has a right to make her case in a court of law. Sheila is entitled to the presumption of innocence like every other American, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, D. New York, told reporters in the Capitol. She's entitled to her day in court, and she's entitled to a jury of her peers. We're going to follow the facts and be guided by the law. In the meantime, Terphilius McCormick has stepped down from her spot as the senior Democrat on the Foreign Affairs Committee's subcommittee on the Middle East and North Africa, a move dictated by the House Democrats' internal rules. Representative Yvette Clarke, I recognize that name, unfortunately, D. New York, the head of the Congressional Black Caucus, where Terphilius McCormick is a member, said the group is standing by her while the legal process plays out. We want to wait to see how it's adjudicated, Clark said. She has the presumption of innocence, and we stand with her. Rep. John Larson, D. Connecticut, was among the long list of Democrats voicing trust in the legal system to resolve this case. Yes, I trust that a Democrat won't be found guilty of any kind of fraud. But he also acknowledged that such episodes are always a stain on Congress and erode the faith of the public in the nation's institution. Is there even any faith left to erode at this point? What did he mean by this? Black caucus? Yes. For some reason, we have racial caucuses in our government. And I'm not really sure why. Because I feel like you shouldn't need caucuses divided on racial lines. If you're an American, you're an American. You should be for American people, regardless of their race. It's never good news, Larson said. Everyone's entitled to their day in court, but on the face of it, it's horrific when you hear things like these. So yes, the public is going to have a reaction. Erode my patience, that's what. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I'm exhausted. There's only so many times I can say I'm tired. Black Republicans are not allowed to join the Black Caucus? Wait, is that true? Is that real? I wouldn't know. But Kirsche, somebody told me you were really into the big Black Caucus. Stop listening to schizophrenics. Cream Monarch, thank you. They could say the sky is blue and you'd still check. True? True and real. Yes, you'll believe it. Sounds real. Kirsche's exploding blood pressure is kicking in. I've been like fucking not able to speak for let's get fucking angrier, chat. Let's get fucking angrier, chat. You know how often we talk about how corrupt judges, you know, have nothing happening to them? They're just allowed to do whatever the fuck they want. You know, again, that New Hampshire Supreme Court judge that I keep referencing. You know, all these fuckwit judges that could just let criminals go like 50 million fucking times. Yeah. Missouri judge loses job for routinely wearing Elvis wig on the bench and playing his music at hearings. A Missouri judge has lost his job for repeatedly making irrelevant Elvis Presley references during hearings, playing his music at swearings-in, and even wearing an Elvis wig, along with other bizarre behavior on the bench, according to court papers. Literally the least schizophrenic judge serving right now. St. Charles County Circuit Judge Matthew Thornhill resigned Friday after a disciplinary committee found he routinely sported the Elvis-style pompadour wig and aviator sunglasses, along with his robe, while making rulings around the Halloween season. It was even Halloween season! What the fuck do you mean? Let the man wear a fucking silly wig! Let the man wear silly wig if he's doing his fucking job correctly, instead of letting this poor mental health man is incapable of living in society. Let's release him for the 7 millionth time to strike fear and murder onto the citizenry. Let him wear the fucking wig. I don't care. I don't care about the fucking wig. Sounds like Judge Harry Stone. While rocking the king costume, he allegedly had a strange Elvis-centric swearing-in process. Thornhill would let litigants and or witnesses select how they would be sworn in prior to testifying, the court papers state. You probably shouldn't fuck with the swearing-in process, to be fair. I'll agree with them on this one. One option involved Thornhill playing Elvis Presley music from his phone. He would refer to Elvis Presley during court proceedings, such as referring to Elvis Presley's date of birth or death when such statements were irrelevant to the proceedings before the court. The rock and roll loving judge ultimately failed to maintain order and decorum in the courtroom, the Missouri Commission on Retirement, Removal, and Discipline found. Again, he probably shouldn't be fucking playing with the swearing in of witnesses. But how much do you expect me to care if he's not letting gajillion million repeat violent offenders out? Like, on a scale of letting offenders out, this is so low on the priority. I swear he better have been playing the Jailhouse Blues. Oh my god. Thornhill was also found to have mentioned his preferred candidates for an election to multiple people in court. Okay, you can't do that, sir. Sir, you can't do that. Violating rules prohibiting political activity in the courtroom. You can't, sir's out here wilding, man. The issue is this guy's a local judge, not a federal one. Why have we turned into a Craigslist bingo page with all this crazy shit? The commission found that Thornhill once hand-delivered a personal reference to a judge in a case involving parental rights and the adoption of a child, breaking a rule that forbids judges from appearing as character witnesses. This man is just racking up infringements. Like, if it was just the silly wig, I would continue to just be angry, but man, what the fuck is you doing? I still don't care as much as I do about people letting out repeat criminal offenders. But like, bro, contain yourself. Asked about his Elvis shtick, Thornhill said the wig and music were meant to add levity and relax litigants, but he now realizes how it disturbed the serious nature of the court proceedings. Court papers said he's wearing a bow tie that's a red fucking flag. Someone needs to check his hard drives. The judge is way too dank. Not nearly as bad as so many judges, but he absolutely should not have been a judge. Glad he got removed. Yeah. If it was just the silly wig, I'd be like, reinstate the man. But he kept racking up infringements that are like, okay, dude, you can't be doing that. You can't be doing that shit, so you were properly removed. He looks like a creepy Bill Nye. Yeah, he's also got the bow tie. He should have been removed for that too. The wig is fine, not the bow tie. Thornhill ultimately agreed to a 6-month unpaid suspension, followed by a non-revocable resignation. He will then be banned from holding any future judicial offices in Missouri. Okay, hold on, wait a minute. If we're gonna ban this guy from holding any future judicial offices, can we do that to all of the judges who have let out the repeat violent offenders? If we can do it to Elvis Presley fucking making a mockery of the court with all of his other shit that he did, Can we get rid of the other judges, please, for the love of fuck? That would be nice. Why a suspension just to get fired later? I don't know. Having a 6-month unpaid suspension followed by a resignation seems a little silly. Why not just have him resign immediately, I guess? I don't really understand why they did the unpaid suspension. That's kind of weird. Maybe it's some sort of like removing judges' laws that I don't know about, you know? That's about as likely as police that abuse their power being prevented from department hopping. Oh man, regular guy wears a wig around Halloween, he's unstable, but a man who wears a wig year-round is deemed stable and can enter women's only spaces. Really jogs the noggin, man. Probably suspended and then investigating, and then they fire him after all the stuff. Well, it's not a firing, it's a non-revocable resignation. Time to pull a snap and have the entire judiciary reapply for their positions. He's going to be suspended unpaid for 6 months and then have to resign? Yeah, just, I don't know, that doesn't make sense to me. But bureaucracy is horribly inefficient, so probably not surprising. Probably for his retirement so he can finish a full year of service. He shouldn't get that if he's being removed for not being able to do the job. You know? A ghost of aces, thank you. You may have done a bad thing to S-Lady on the subway, but if you can tell me Elvis's birthday, you're free to go. Thank you very much. Oh my god. Okay, alright, what other tabs do I have here? My vision's starting to blur, chat. I've gotten so fucking angry today, and I'm running on such little fucking sleep. Oh, here we go. Here's some fucking Minnesota Police Chief O'Hara asks for forgiveness for exposing the reality of Somali criminal activity in Minneapolis. He has a Somalian translator as he apologizes for enforcing the law. This entire thing is insane.
community hadda caruurteena inaan garab istaagno chiefkana waa u baahannahay annagana waa isku baahannahay
عشان oo kamid ah odayaasha community-ga Soomaaliyeed iyo waalidiinta magaalada.
There's not subtitles, so I can't even translate for you audio only bros. I'm sorry. I can't understand Star Wars speak.
The Somali community here in Minneapolis has been welcoming and has shown love towards me, and I appreciate it. Over the last 3 years, we have been working together to try and address some of the real serious problems that we have in our community. We have to be honest at times with the problems that we're having in our community, and we need our community to help us fix them.
Honesty coming out of anyone in charge of Minneapolis? That's a fucking joke.
Those problems together because it's real and it's serious. At the same time, if people have taken anything that I have said out of context in a way that's caused harm, I apologize and I'm sorry for that because that's not my intention at all.
Imagine apologizing for enforcing the law and showing how much fucking fraud is going on in your city. Fucking imagine, brother. Why do people abuse their power so much? Has nobody ever heard with great power comes great responsibility? Apparently not, because even Discord servers do allow unban requests. Because there's no repercussions. When was the last time any of these politicians or people in power had repercussions for anything? They can just keep lying and keep taking advantage of everyone, because nothing ever happens. My vision is being affected. I might need to actually consider or actually do something about my rage-induced headache. Yeah, I might need to. I may need to go eat like a grapefruit and lay down. You're so tired. I'm tired, man. Cream Monarch, thank you. You're glowing. The chief of police is a traitor. Yeah. 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 Oh, hey, let's watch this video. Hold on. Good rest. Discord servers exist, but your account needs phone verification for 3+ years. Wait, what? Help. The stream makes you want to start smoking again. Don't smoke. Channel that glowing anger energy on like a speed bag or something, man. So, November 21st here. November 21st, because people are retarded, students in Wake Forest, North Carolina performed a walkout yesterday in response to immigration operations in the state. I don't know why students would do this, but also remember how many arrests they were making in Charlotte to the point where like even traffic was way less congested. More ICE arrests, more ICE detainments, deport entire families together, get them out. Is this not racist to play this music for an ICE protest? Am I crazy? Why would you do that? This music is definitely DMCA. Oh, Ziz, you're gonna have to edit it out. But there's a school walkout. And then we have this tweet a little later in the day. Let's look at this video. A student who partook in the walkouts protesting ICE revealed.
Guys, we're documenting history, and guess what? The only the only people that stayed back from the protest were white people. I literally looked at every single person in there. They were all white. But we're doing it. No, because am I right or not? I have evidence, MJ. And
So what you're saying is that the white people stayed behind to stay in their classes and continue their school day instead of skipping classes to go protest to keep criminals in the country? That's a really interesting observation you made there, lady, but I don't think it's the observation that you thought you were making. Looks like we need more ICE in that area. How to say you're racist without saying you're racist? I'm pretty sure she's one of the people who would say that you can't be racist to white people, because that's how racists always speak. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Chat, please don't glow. I'm epileptic and you'll give me the shakes. You would have left to go smoke weed. Jesus Christ. Androtes, thank you. You hate commies with every bit of your mitochondria. Every bit of my DNA has been trained to hate communists. This is a college, isn't it? I have no idea if it was a college. Wake Forest, North Carolina. It just says students. Could be high schoolers, could be college students. I have no idea. I can count on one hand the amount of times there was a walkout in my first 12 years of school. 0! I'm warning ya. Lady Verstal, seek rest. You're tired and one's health is paramount. I hate ending stream early, but I might need to do that. I have gotten very little sleep. I have done physical labor today. I have dealt with women on phone calls, and then I glowed brighter than a nuclear reactor explosion during this stream. I think I might need to eat some grapefruit and lay down, you know, calm my nerves a bit. Go chew on a himbo. I'd have to find one to chew on first. Your question is, where are the parents of these students? Probably fucking not doing anything. It's also tiresome. Please go have some tea and get some rest. I don't like ending streams early, so it doesn't happen very often, and I'm sorry when I do it, chat. But yeah, you guys are right. If my vision is blurring and I'm struggling here, it's probably not a good idea to keep pushing it, man. Probably not a good idea to keep pushing it. I'm gonna raid. You know what we need? We need cute woman doing cute things. Don't bring politics up in Henya's chat or you'll get banned here. She is not a political streamer. Politics have no place in her chat, so my mods will be looking out. If you post politics in Henya's chat, you're gonna get banned here. That's how we do it. That's how we keep our honorable chatters honorable, as it were. So thank you guys, and thank you Desert Go West for those thick 20 gift schmeats right at the end here. Thank you, Desert Ghost, for the gift schmeats. I appreciate you, brother. Oh, thank you. Big, huge gift schmeats. A Spartan, thank you for the 2. Glowing like Cherenkov radiation, thanks. Yeah, the grapefruit, it calls to me to lower my blood pressure. Mr. Strickland, thank you for that 8 months of Proom as well. Thank you. Thank you. You feel better? You'll try to fight off the blue infestation in North Carolina? Good fucking luck. Good fucking luck. You're gonna fucking need it. Also, is that Melody with a big floppy hat? I can't tell. Collab later, Dio? But collab later, Dio? I think that might be Melody, but I can't tell. She's got cute floppy hat, and I love floppy hat. I fucking love floppy hats, chat. Let us go say hello to cute girl doing cute thing. Thank you for hanging out with me on this Sunday and glowing with me. It's better to glow together than to glow alone, chat. Then you know maybe you're not so crazy. Lord Suchio, thank you for the last minute biddies. Desert Goast, thank you for the last minute biddies. You're very cute, thank you. Sly Maverick, thank you. Speaking of Henya, show her some love. She needs it. Oh no. I hope things haven't been rough for her, Rate-Re. Oh no. Oh no. What am I doing with my speech? I'm fucking dying here. Is there a Discord? There's a link you wanted to share because of what you posted earlier that you don't think I saw. I probably didn't see it. There is a Discord. There is a Discord. Read the rules very carefully if you can't see all the channels. Maybe one day I will reformat the rules so that they'll be shorter, but who knows? I don't have time for that right now. Go give Henya love. No politics in her chat. Thank you guys for hanging out today. I will see you on Tuesday. Some Tuesday action. Have a great rest of your night. Bye.